back, friends. Look who's here. Michelle. Michelle has come. Huzzah! we thought we'd lost you to the hair industry. What do you call that? What does that classify as? Beautification? Cosmetic? It's really more of a science. Anyway, did everybody have a good sleep? Good. Not me. We're still going. I've now been awake so long. I don't know what day it is. Okay, it's Wednesday. I think. No, for me it's Thursday. But, I don't know when the last day that I was asleep on was. Strange. Why? Anyway, so we're fine. We're going to sleep tomorrow. Whatever day that might be. So I just need to do one more thing here to get set up. Only moderators in the house. Nicole. We should just make everyone a moderator. Some channels do that, don't they? You go to their live stream and it's just moderators. I don't know. I like to do it bit by bit, step by step. What do I need to do here? The pop-out chat. That's what we need to do. I'm going to put that over there. And put it right there. Hello, David Anderson Kirk. How you doing? Wendi Adelson, part 2. Now I forget where we left off. I think we're moving on to cross-examination, which as far as I remember was conducted by Jackie, not Mr. Toad. Mr. Zellman with 1 L. It's actually more common to have 2 L's. I don't know where the fuck I got my information. I was thinking there's no Jewish name called Zellman with 2 L's. They would never do that. Totally incorrect. Thank you, talk jury to me for pointing that out, in front of people as well. I love it when you do that. Yeah. Could have sent me a WhatsApp message or something in private, but no, in front of everybody. Made me look a damn fool. That's fine. Maybe that's why I've been up all night stewing about that fucking thing. I'm kidding. All right. Hide this one. And there we go. Look at that. How set up are we? What's Georgia Kaplan doing? She looks like she's doing an impression, doesn't she? 3 words. First word, 2 syllables. First syllable sounds like...
Does this refresh your memory at all?
It does.
Pinto!
And so...
Welcome back, Pinto. Were you first in chat? Somebody give the lady a prize. Solid as a rock.
You weren't officially breaking up with him so much as asking for a certain period of time without contact, is that right?
That sounds right.
Okay, and then your plan was to reach back out to him and figure things out one way or the other?
I mean, I think I was breaking up with him, but I have a strong aversion to conflict, so this was probably my way of not breaking up with him without breaking up with him.
Okay.
Yeah, I tend to avoid conflict by any means necessary, even if the only alternative is, a hired murder plot hit, multi-dimensional, $100,000 a piece. Just can't stand conflict. Do anything to avoid it. Anything.
Yeah.
I love that bit yesterday where she was like, we were respecting the court's decision. The court said, as long as this man is alive, he has rights and he will not be having his children taken away and he'll have equal timeshare as long as he's alive. Those rights stand. And I wonder if Wendi picked up on the fact that what she actually said was technically correct. They did operate within the court's decision, right?
And I want to go back to the day of the murder. We know about the TV repairman left about, did you say about 9?
Question, would June Umchinda ever wear this necklace? And would Wendi Adelson ever wear June Umchinda's, what was it? What did we decide it was? Onyx. I forget the name of that kind of cross. It has some meaning. I don't know if it's spiritual or you know, what's the other thing it could be? Evil. It looked a bit evil, didn't it?
The truth is I don't really remember, but, you know, something like 9 or 10.
Definitely before 10 or by 10?
Yes, that's my best memory.
All right, where did you go after the TV? What was the next place you went after the TV repairman left?
So I was home, I think, for a couple of hours first. I was...
Yeah. A couple of hours, you know, until I heard a bang in the distance. Two booming bangs in the distance, and then I decided to drive to Trescott. Hello, CDJ1313. Hello, Chelsea Byers and the Net Owl. The Net Owl. Welcome back.
Doing a little bit of work. I was talking to some friends. I think I ate breakfast. And then I left probably close to noon or a little bit after noon. I was meeting 2 friends who I would frequently meet on a Friday.
Frequently meet or used to have a standing appointment with, you know, because the way you told it 11 years ago in the interview room with General Isom was that, you know, this was a thing that you hadn't done for some time, but it used to be regular. But now, you know, you're telling it, what did she say?
And then I left probably close to noon or a little bit after noon. I was meeting 2 friends who I would frequently meet on a Friday.
I would frequently meet on a Friday, you know. At some previous point in my life, these meetings were frequent in the past. You know, is that a lie? Is that's you know, it's just one of those clever little things, isn't it? Is it a lie? Not enough, right? It's not enough. You can't say, you told an untruth on the stand because you know, the standing appointment was at some previous point.
To have lunch with. And
Just want to see if there's a smirk on her face when she says that, because I just sense that that's one of her clever fucker moves.
I think for a couple of hours first.
Oh, gotta get that sneer. Did you see that? Her whole face changed into a sphincter, an anus.
Best memory.
All right, where did you go after the TV? What was the next place you went after the TV repairman left?
Here we go.
So I was home.
All right, I'm gonna have to do this a couple of times. Almost.
I think for a couple.
Oh! Okay, fuck it. It doesn't matter. She's ugly.
Of hours first. I was doing a little bit of work. I was talking to some friends. I think I ate breakfast. And then I left probably close to noon or a little bit after noon. I was meeting 2 friends who I would frequently meet on a Friday to have lunch with. And so I went to run a few quick errands and then meet them for lunch.
And on your way to meet the friends, did you have an occasion to go down Trescott?
I was trying to turn down Trescott. That's where I used to turn and take just the road I was used to. But there was yellow tape up And so when I tried to turn, I couldn't turn, so I made a 3-point turn and kept going on Centerville.
And so you encountered a police.
Hey, Mr. Pinto Peabody. Thank you so much for those 11 cups of coffee. Starting us off early. Thank you, Pinto. That's going to keep us going all night long. But that's no reason that other people shouldn't send coffee. I really shouldn't say things like that, should I? Yeah. Was there a message? We should read out the message. Yeah, Zellman's Jewish. Well, the name is Jewish. Surely. Yeah, I have to sleep. Michelle, I know, I'm absolutely fine. I'm just glad you're here now. Just glad to see you. You know what it's like around here. There are no rules. Sally says, oh, Sally doesn't say anything. She just sent us a very kind gesture of support. Thanks again, Sally.
Police roadblock at that location.
Yes.
Okay, couldn't go any further because there was a police car and some yellow tape, right?
Right.
And that was, you were able to see that from the intersection there, or you actually turned onto Trescott?
I tried to turn, and then I couldn't go through, so I turned around and kept going.
How far down Trescott did you proceed before you turned around?
Just until the tape.
This is hilarious as well. This is I'm pretending to access a memory area of my mind, so I have to do a downturned mouth and look up. It's so false. It really is like, I don't know, do you remember like shitty school plays? Where it's like, what are we doing here? What is this? You know, seriously, this is the best you can get out of 2,000 kids. What's wrong with you? It's that kind of bad acting, that level, that same level, you know, where it's just like, get off, get out of here.
And then I couldn't go through, so I turned around and kept going.
How far down Trescott did you
Here we go.
proceed before you?
Oh God. Have you ever seen that guy on YouTube who gets stuff and shoots it with different size caliber bullets, shooty things? I don't know anything about artillery. But all the way up to a 50 cal, which I can tell by the name sounds really big. And when he shoots something with the 50 cal, it generally destroys the fuck out of it. Especially when he shot the swimming pool. That was cool. Yeah, but I want to send that guy, you know, Wendi Adelson in a bag, alive, and have him tie her to a post.
You turned around.
Run some tests. We're going to shoot this witness with a range of artillery all the way up to a 50 cal and see what happens. I'm with you 100%. Do this today.
Until the tape.
Okay.
I'm trying to aim for that chin, just as she does a downward thinky frown. That's what it's called, right? We should have a little buzzer. Bzz, bzz. Thinky frown, Wendi thinky frown. Bzz.
And that was, you were able to see that from the intersection there, or you actually turned onto Trescott?
I tried to turn, and then I couldn't go through, so I turned around and kept going.
How far down Trescott did you proceed before you turned around?
Just until the tape.
Okay. Which one of you or your ex-husband had the kids the night before he was killed?
The night before, they were with Danny.
All right, so it was his responsibility to take them to preschool that morning.
Yes.
Who was supposed to pick them up from preschool that day?
I was supposed to pick them up.
Had you talked to Dan Markell or your children that morning before you encountered the roadblock?
I hadn't talked to the boys because it would have been, I wouldn't have talked to them, they didn't have cell phones, they were little, so I only would have spoken to them if I had gone to the preschool and seen them, but I didn't do that, so I hadn't talked to the boys. I'm sorry, what was the second part of the question?
How about Dan? Did you speak to him?
I think she just got lost in, Wendi Adelson probably has a little bag of, a metaphysical bag of lies to pull out at a moment's notice, right? And I think she just got confused with pulling out a lie that would be, passable, relevant to the present, like, well, I tried to call Lincoln on his cell phone, but of course, Lincoln was 2 years old in the time frame that she's referencing, so there was that little pause. I just want to go back. Think he frowned. Bzz.
Who was supposed to pick them up from preschool that day?
I was supposed to pick them up.
Had you talked to Dan Markell or your children that morning before you encountered the roadblock?
I hadn't talked to the boys because it would have been, I wouldn't have talked to them, they didn't have cell phones, they were little, so I only would have spoken to them if I had gone.
Something not right about that. Something just... Why would you even mention the boys? What was the question? Let's just check this out. What is this? There's something going on.
That day.
I was supposed to pick them up.
Had you talked to Dan Markell or your children that morning before you encountered the...
Okay, so Georgia does introduce the idea of speaking to the children.
roadblock?
I hadn't talked to the boys because it would have been, I wouldn't have talked to them, they didn't have cell phones, they were little, so I only would have spoken to them if I had gone to the preschool and seen them, but I didn't do that, so.
Okay, so I hadn't spoken to the boys, and then there was this almost freeze, right? There was a gap, too big of a gap. To consider what? And then she became conscious of that gap, and there was a little rush. There was a little rush to get back into appropriate, believe me, rhythm, right? One more time.
Had you talked to Dan Markell or your children that morning before you encountered the roadblock?
I hadn't talked to the boys because it would have been, I wouldn't have talked to them.
I hadn't talked to the boys because it would have been what? And now, in this second, right here, this frame, she's conscious that she's just sort of stumbled, got lost, right? Somehow. I don't know about what, it doesn't seem that there's really anything to, I didn't speak to the boys, that's all you need to say. I mean, strange. The only thing I can think of is there's pressure throughout, right? And where her attention is required the most to keep on good, form, to not look tense. Where her attention, effort, and energy is required the most for that, in order to pull this off, are the high pressure points, right? So perhaps in the low pressure points, she will somehow allow herself to stumble for no reason, to protect nothing. Okay, I promise this is the last time.
Morning.
Yes.
Who was supposed to pick them up from preschool that day?
I was supposed to pick them up.
Had you talked to Dan Markell or your children that morning before you encountered the roadblock?
I hadn't talked to the boys because it would have been, I wouldn't have talked to them.
I hadn't talked to the boys. So that's already introducing a qualifier for, I did speak to Professor Markel. I was very rude to Professor Markel. You know, all he wanted to do was to take the boys swimming for an hour, which they would have loved. But you're going to be dragging them to a fucking sushi restaurant.
You know, they didn't have cell phones, they were little, so I only would have spoken to them if I had gone to the preschool and seen them, but I didn't do that, so I hadn't talked to the boys.
Or did I? Did I go to the preschool that day? I don't remember what I did in the morning. You see, again, totally needless, nothing, worthless information. I didn't go to the preschool that day. Yeah, we know. You told us everything you did up until General Lyson brought you in.
I'm sorry, what was the second part of the
How
question?
about Dan? Did you speak to him that morning?
And then, what was the second part of the question? It's not exactly a opposite ends of the spectrum here. We're talking about the boys and Dan. You know? And you've already, you know, there was no... Wendi also does this thing where if she's out of her, I don't know if you call it out of your depth, slipping a little, I'd say. Slipping a little. She knew what the second half of that question was, but she wanted to ask Georgia. Because if she asks Georgia, what was the other half of the question? You know, that's basically a dog whistle, right? Fetch. You know, I'm in charge. I'm running things now.
We didn't. We had plans to talk. We had traded some text messages and emails, and then I called him and he didn't pick up, and that was...
like he never would. That was part of his abuse, part of the way he controlled me. Of course, I tried to ring him. Very, very civil. Of course, you think he picked up? Did he, Hal? Did he, Hal?
Last contact.
Did you attempt to call Dan Markel when you encountered the roadblock?
No.
Did you attempt to call your kids' daycare after encountering the roadblock?
No.
Did you notify anyone that you observed the roadblock?
I was talking on the phone at the time, so I may have said to the person I was...
Another one. We're picking them up tonight. The 8-year-old girl head shake, right? No. No. Did you piss your pants? No. 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 Did you draw on the wall? No. 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 I'm shaking my head. I know that you can't see, but you better believe me that it's true.
Was talking to... We had plans to talk. We had traded some text messages and emails, and then I called him and he didn't pick up, and that was the last contact.
Did you attempt to call Dan Markel when you encountered the roadblock?
No.
No. No.
Did you attempt to call your kids' daycare after encountering the roadblock?
No.
No. No. No.
Did you notify anyone that you observed the roadblock?
I was talking on the phone at the time, so I may have said to the person I was talking to, oh, I'm trying to drive, but I have to turn around, hold on.
Okay,
sorry, Mr. Pinto Peabody. Mr. Pinto Peabody says, can anyone answer me? What did she do to her eyebrows? Well, I can't answer you. I have no idea. Maybe, I don't know. Threading? Threading's cool, isn't it? I think I did have that once. in the same place where I put my feet into that big, you know, cube of water with all those tiny fish. Yeah, that really fucking caught on, didn't it? For 10 minutes.
That's probably a bad question. Did you attempt to investigate in any way or ask anyone what the roadblock was about?
I wasn't concerned about the roadblock.
Was Mr. Markel scheduled to leave town the day after he was killed?
I don't remember if he was scheduled to leave town on Friday afternoon or on Saturday morning, but I know that he would go to New York every time he had a chance, and I think that was where he was going. But I don't know when he was leaving.
Okay, if you'll take a look at not the binder we've been using, but the other binder, should have your law enforcement interview on the front.
Okay.
And I would just
God, that mute button's a little bit sticky. Here I am. That's a good point, the net owl. I did think that that could have been the product of a facelift. I just didn't have the confidence to say for sure. Thank you. I'm glad you concur. I mean, do you remember the bit in Mrs. Doubtfire where Robin Williams is going to those gay guys who are into stage makeup or prosthetics or something, and they're trying out different stuff, right? And I don't know, there's this bit where Robin Williams has this duct tape and string on his face, and they pull it. It looks like that.
just ask you to review page 159, lines 10 and 11. I think it's the very, are you able to find it?
Sorry, he had plans to be out of town. He was leaving on Saturday.
Okay.
So it looks like I knew that he was leaving Saturday.
All right. And you knew he was planning to go to New York.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how, if the killers knew that he was leaving town the next day, do you know how that information got to them?
I don't.
Did your brother Charlie know that information?
I don't
To your
know if
knowledge.
I don't know if he knew that information.
Did your mother know that information?
My mom usually knew our schedule, so she probably would have known that I was going to have the boys.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that means she knew he was going to be out of town, but she would have known that I had the boys.
And didn't your mom keep meticulous track of every time that Dan went out of town?
Maybe just in the sense that if Danny was out of town, she thought maybe I needed extra help or something.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, probably.
And when that became an issue in the divorce, she was able to send you a record going all the way back to 2010, a couple of years of every single date he was out of town. Do you remember that email?
My mom never switched over to like a Google Calendar, so she would keep very meticulous, like a calendar of all the things she had to do. And so that was just her way of keeping track of everything. Not just this, but every part of life.
She's very detail oriented,
Yes.
even regarding things that aren't necessarily her business, or do you think that Dan's travel plans were somehow her business?
I think only to the extent that it impacted whether I had the boys or whether they were coming to visit or what that looked like.
Okay. Did Mr. Markel leave you a message on the morning of his murder?
He did.
Okay, and did he indicate on that message that he was going to the gym that morning?
He did.
And specifically, did it tell you he'd be at the gym between 9:15 and 10:30?
I don't remember, but that sounds about right.
All right, and would he have given you that much detail because you were planning to try to touch base to talk, right?
Yeah, we were trying to have a conversation.
And was the conversation something about one of the children's schooling?
It was.
Did you talk to your brother Charlie on the morning of the murder?
I did.
And does an 18-minute conversation at 9:30 a.m. that day sound correct?
It does.
Do you remember the nature of that conversation?
I do. I didn't purchase the TV, so I didn't know how much the TV cost. And so I called him to find out if it made more sense to get the TV repaired or buy a new TV, because I didn't know what the delta was there.
Okay. Can you tell the jury one way or the other for sure whether you mentioned Dan Markel's travel plans to Charlie during that 18-minute phone call?
I can't say for sure, but I don't see why I would have brought it up.
Did you have WhatsApp on your phone at that time?
I did.
What is WhatsApp?
WhatsApp is it's a phone service. It's an app that I use when I talk to people who live in other countries. So it's become very popular. I think I had it at the time. I know I certainly have it now. But it's a device to send messages.
During the time frame that we're talking about, which is around the time of the murder, did you communicate with any of your family members through WhatsApp?
I don't remember using WhatsApp unless they were traveling internationally, because it's a way of making free calls or free texts when, at that time, making long distance calls on a regular phone would have been very expensive.
Did you ever communicate with Catherine Magbanua through WhatsApp?
I don't remember ever texting her on any platform.
Did you have any other encrypted platforms on your phone at that time?
At that time, I don't think so. I don't know what existed at that time.
Okay. So after you turned around and did not proceed down Trescott, you went, I think, to the liquor store. Can you tell us about that?
Sure. I was invited to a Stock the Bar party for that night for a friend's daughter. And so they asked for a specific type of bourbon. I'm not a bourbon drinker, so I went to the liquor store and I showed them the invitation, which was shaped like the kind of bourbon they wanted us to buy, and asked if they had that, and they did, and I bought it.
All right, and that type of bourbon was Bullet bourbon?
That's right.
And do you recall the time of that purchase?
I don't, but I see a receipt here at 12:49.
Okay, and does that fit with your memory? You left the house around, I think you said, afternoon, proceeded to the scene, encountered the tape, and then went to the liquor store, right?
I proceeded to drive to the liquor store. I saw tape and turned around.
Mm-hmm.
And then I bought the bourbon that they asked for at 12:49, and then I may have gotten gas after that, and then I drove to lunch.
And lunch was where law enforcement came in and encountered you?
That's right.
Okay, and that was where you were having lunch with a couple friends?
That's right.
Did you relocate to South Florida after Mr. Markel's death?
In terms of relocation, I did leave Tallahassee after the funeral, but I took a weekender for both the boys and me and thought I would be back pretty quickly.
Did you come back?
I did come back a few times, but
just to get things though, right?
Not really to get things. I came back a couple of times to give a talk or to do some work, but
okay. But what I'm interested in is, where were you living after the murder?
I wasn't living in Tallahassee.
All right. Did you recall on the trip to South Florida, just within 48 hours of the shoot?
Brian Faircloth, welcome back, Brian. Hope the aches and pains are a little bit better today, Brian. Brian reminds us, set a goal. He's right. We're already 33 minutes in. We did not set a goal. We should set a goal. What should our goal be? Our goal today. Well, I'll come up with something.
Getting a call from Craig Isom.
Yes.
Okay, and what happened with that call?
I talked to him for a while. He mentioned that he might want to have DNA samples of the kids. We were already halfway down. We'd been in the car for about 4 hours with the boys.
Who's the we in that sentence?
I was with my parents.
Okay.
And the kids.
Yep.
We talked, the call broke up, and he never followed up.
Was it like you're breaking up?
I told him I was having a hard time hearing.
But were you faking that, or was it really breaking up?
I was not faking that.
And did you send your lawyer to him after that, shortly after that?
I told him he could talk to my lawyer. He never followed up.
Were you happy to be out of Tallahassee when you were able to return to South Florida?
No, I was not happy.
Did you send a text message on January 1st of 2016 that's contrary to that?
At that point, it would have been a year and a half after I'd been living somewhere else. So I don't know what text message you're referring to, but
But at that point, you were happy to be out of Tallahassee?
it's not a question of happy to be out of Tallahassee. I was trying to build a new life for myself, and I didn't feel safe here anymore.
All right, let's take a look at tab 96, please.
96 in the old one or the new one?
The old one, please.
Okay. Okay, I see it, but it says unknown, so I don't know who I'm talking to.
But that's not the question. The question is, did you say, so happy I don't live there? And the person says, I bet it's a shithole. Remember that?
I don't remember this, no, but I do see that I said it. I don't know who I'm talking to here, and
Would it surprise you to learn you were speaking to your brother, Charlie Adelson?
I don't know if it would surprise me. So, no.
Okay, Judge, may we approach it this time?
Approach. Now who was I talking to the other day that said we need to do a character assessment based solely on how witnesses chug water on the stand? Out of what container? Out of what device? Because there is a thing, isn't there? We saw a lot of it with Amber Heard. Remember Amber Heard? What she was drinking, how she was drinking? What was all that about, huh? And now we see, I think someone was angry at Jeff because of the way he drank water. If anyone is unaware, blissfully unaware of the controversy that surrounds Jeff, I mean, it's almost like fucking Karen Reed. What is that about? I have never had one bad word to say about Jeff. In any, nothing. Zero. But I tell you, if you go to the, should probably put that link in the description, right? The unredacted version of blah, 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 blah. How many views has it had now? Yeah, good old Paul from Reporting Live from my sofa. He put us over the line with that one, with his major channel. What am I doing? Oh yes. Hey, look at this. Haven't even created a goal yet, and some kind soul has added something. Michael Crawford, welcome back, Michael. Thank you for the laughing lemon. Looking good, looking good. Blue River, welcome back, Blu-ray River. I love that Blu-ray River thing. I think it's fucking genius. I think if I went into a gas station, do they still have CDs in the gas station? Budget CDs?
Continue with your examination.
Like either cover songs or no-label recording songs. If you just went in there with a couple of CDs that you'd made on your home printer, what do you call it? An album cover, I guess. An album cover. Someone with a hat, brimmed hat, low down over the eyes, holding a harmonica, sitting on a lobster crate on a dock, and just put some text that said Blu-ray River. No, what was it? John Lee Hooker and the Blu-ray River Band. Everyone would believe that. Because we believe it. Right? Man, I got to catch up with these comments. I was just trying to write something else. Right, I'm going to do quick fire. I'm going to do the tech stuff. Sally's not good at the tech stuff. Well, how are you at, setting up a Halloween party in a barn? How's that going? I haven't had any updates. How many pumpkins have you got? 50? What else? I've been learning a little bit about Halloween today with costumes. I had no idea how good they could be. I was trying to remember the last time I was at a Halloween party. It must have been a long time ago. And I remember a couple of girls wore witches' hats, bit of fucking makeup, black lipstick. That was pretty much it. And some fucking prick painted himself all green. I mean, I don't think I dressed up at all. I was standing in the kitchen, judging people. But no, Halloween costumes. Amazing how good they can be. Anyway, tell us, Sally, how's the barn? You're no good with tech? What about the fucking Halloween barn? We need updates.
Ma'am, did you change your children's names after Dan Markel was killed?
About a year after I did.
In what way did you change their names?
I changed their last name, and I changed my older son's middle name.
Okay. And you changed their last name from...
Yeah, I looked at all the names. First name, last name, middle names, and then I put a red circle. I put a red circle around every single one of them that had anything to do with Professor Markel. And then, we went down to... Where do you do that? City Hall? I don't know. We went down to the council. That's what we'd say. We went down to the council and deleted it all. And we replaced it with stuff that reminded me of my family. My exclusive, elegant family. Did I tell you that my parents are almost 50 years in and still super in love and happy?
Markel to what?
To mine.
Adelson.
Mm-hmm.
It would have been so much more fun. I think there was an episode of Friends where Monica was changing her name, or somebody was changing their name, and Joey went with them and figured out that he could change his own name for it didn't even cost much money. He could change it officially, legally, and he changed it to Dragon. Which, they just picked Adelson. They could have had so much more fun. They could have changed it to, what would it be? You could have Benjamin Franklin and Lincoln Abraham. That'd be quite cool. Do you think that's why? Benjamin's in the Bible, or the same people, or the Jew thing, or the Jesus thing. I don't know which one. Who's Benjamin? I think he's one of the sons of the something. Old Testament. Or isn't he one of the brothers of Joseph? I think he's one of the brothers of Joseph in his Technicolor Dreamcoat. What were we saying? But is Lincoln a biblical name or not? I don't know. Yeah, Tarantino. Look, you've got it. So Donna Adelson is glancing, well, not really glancing, hungrily staring at Wendi like she's a fucking big old bowl of French vanilla ice cream. Or, somebody asked me once, is that too boring? What is the deal with people that are against vanilla? I'm talking good vanilla. I'm talking gelato. One time somebody took me to the best fucking, this is their pitch to me. This is the best ice cream in Lisbon. And, it was big fucking place. All they sell is ice cream. So I was confident. I was somewhat excited, fresh, cold thing. They said, what flavor do you want? Bearing in mind they have 400 flavors. And I said, vanilla. And they looked at me with utter disdain, like, what's wrong with you? Are you bad in bed too? It's like, fucking, what's your problem? I like vanilla. Oh, God. So I don't have a problem. Yeah, but like Donna's looking at Wendi as if she's a meal, right? It's weird. She's almost transfixed by her. Wendi hadn't spoken to her the whole time, right? And I don't even think let's just say definitely not. She would not be sending any correspondence through Harvey. If there were any at all, it would be very handled, right? It would be very handled. And maybe Donna was thinking she could be coming to save me. She's a lawyer, right? She knows the laws, and she could do that and that and that. Was she really holding out for that? That Wendi was going to rescue her? Does she still not get it? Donna, your daughter, this one up here, fucking despises you, okay? Wants you to rot. Wants you to never enjoy anything nice again in your entire life. And I guarantee won't even acknowledge your death when it happens, whether she's in jail or not. Guarantee. I'll put $100 on that right now. Who's taking?
I'm going to start by asking you about this email dated July 3rd, 2014. What is this?
This is it looks like an electronic invitation for my dad's 70th birthday.
An Evite, right?
Yes.
And who sent the invitation to you?
Well, it looks like it's through the postmark.
Who sent the party invitations out?
I don't remember if I helped with the Evite or if my mom did it. So I don't know if I sent it to myself or if it's from my mom.
Would you have sent it to yourself?
I'm a little better with tech stuff than my parents, so I might have helped them put together an Evite.
Okay.
I don't remember.
Who does it say is the host of the party?
Oh, my mom's the host. You asked who sent the email, and I didn't remember. But my mom is the host of the party for my dad.
And to whom is the party invitation sent?
It's sent to me and my two children.
Okay. And this was sent on July 3rd, 2014, before the murder, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then back up just a little bit here. This email, do you recognize this one? Are you able to read it okay on your screen?
I can read it okay.
All right. Who sent this email?
This is from, it says my mom, but it says Harvey Adelson. So again, I don't know which parent it's from.
Okay. If it was from Harvey Adelson, would he say Lincoln is going to be attending Shabbat with his grandpa, Harvey Adelson?
I mean, it seems more likely somebody else would have written with his grandpa, but I don't know. I kind of write those things sometimes. Like Lincoln will attend something with his mom and say my name. I know it's awkward to say it in the third person, but I don't think it's impossible.
Okay. But this reference to Lincoln Adelson did happen prior to the legal name change, correct?
Yes. No. I from the beginning, I was scared when I put them in school, and so I didn't legally change their name until a year after, but I was socially using my name for them.
And did that start as soon as their dad was killed?
No, it started when I had to register them for school.
Okay. And your mom helped with the registrations as well, didn't she?
I think I did the registrations myself.
What about here for flag football? Did your mom assist with that?
It looks like she did. There were some after-school activities.
Okay, and she registered your child under the last name Adelson, right?
Yes.
Where was Dan Markell buried?
In Toronto.
Were you or your children in attendance at his funeral?
No.
When was the last time you spoke to your mother, Donna Adelson, as we sit here today?
November of 2023.
Okay. And so she hasn't given you any information or advice about how to testify in court, has
No,
she?
ma'am. No.
What about, you did offer testimony in November of 2023 as well, right, on a related case?
Yes.
Okay,
October.
And did your mom, when you spoke to her in November of 2023, offer you any advice or thoughts about how you should act or behave or what you should say in court?
Yes,
She did.
she did.
And what was that?
I can't tell you I remember exactly, but she was hoping I would be supportive of my brother.
Okay. And do you know what her thoughts were afterwards?
I do.
Okay. And what were they?
She was devastated.
She didn't feel you were supportive.
No.
Were you in any way involved in the plot to kill your ex-husband?
No.
Mm. How dare you, Kappelman? I'm offended by that question. Involved with a plot to kill the father of the children that I love? Who, me? Look at this face.
Did you maybe know it was going to happen but not know the details?
I did not know it was going to happen, and I did not know any details.
Did you provide any information, even unknowingly in hindsight, that you think could have been used to assist the murderers?
I don't think so. I didn't provide any information.
What information do you have regarding your mother's involvement in the plot to kill your ex-husband?
I don't have information.
But you do admit that your brother said he looked into hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markell.
I don't. I admit that my brother made a tasteless joke repeatedly about buying me a TV because it was cheaper than hiring a hitman.
But then someone did hire a hitman who did kill Dan Markell, right?
Yes, that happened.
PJ McNeil's back. Welcome back, PJ McNeil.
Was part of the plot to kill your ex for you to have plausible deniability or to...
And also Sam Marakir. Welcome back. We're calling you Sam. Welcome back, Sam. Uncle Sam.
know very little about it?
I was not involved in any plot to kill Danny.
Were you shielded from the plot because, I don't know, you couldn't be trusted to keep a secret?
Plausible deniability, right? we're gonna have to do this again. Just a couple of 10 seconds, 15 seconds. Would you like me to pause, Michelle, while Soap eats? Eat your cookies. Eat your cookies. Eat all of the cookies. Are you quite finished?
Was part of the plot to kill your ex for you to have plausible deniability or to know very little about it?
I was not involved in any plot to kill Danny.
Were you shielded from the plot because, I don't know, you couldn't be trusted to keep a secret?
I was not involved in any plot to kill Danny.
Why did you tell investigator Isom in your law enforcement interview that you were worried the police, or you were worried, I guess, in the police car on the way to be interviewed, that you might be considered a suspect?
Because I couldn't think of anything bad going on in his life other than the divorce. And frequently the ex-wife is a suspect.
Were you treated as a suspect?
I was not.
Yeah, I think you made damn sure of that by asking 400 times. I'm not a suspect, am I? I can see why I would be a good suspect. But not me. Not me. Fucking. Oh, God, I think we're going to have to be building up to that soon. I think that'll be our close, right? One more time. One more time, the interrogation. Should we do it in one sitting? We usually break it down into 3, 4 chapters. Hey, don't eat that! That's not for you. Get back. Get back right now. Get out of here. Get out. Shame. Shame. You're punished. Yeah. We're building up. Wendi interrogation, full force.
But you mentioned 9 times in your law enforcement interview being a suspect, didn't you?
I did, yes.
When you were approached...
I did, yes. Yes. Yes, I remember. Suspect. I might have said suspect or prospect. Thank you, Pinto, for the super chat. Oh, we still got to create that goal, but thank you so much, Pinto.
At the restaurant, you weren't yet told that this was a shooting, were you?
I was not.
You were only told something happened with your ex-husband.
I don't even know if I was told that. I was very scared something happened to my kids, and that's why law enforcement was there, and they wouldn't tell me what was going on.
But they did reassure you that the kids were fine. You remember
They told me
that?
that law enforcement officers were with the children, which terrified me because I didn't know why my children would need law enforcement officers.
So you didn't know what this was about at all when you were in the police car?
In the car, they told me.
Okay, in the car they told you what?
They said, your ex-husband has been shot.
Okay. So that you learned that information prior to getting into the interview room?
Yes.
Okay.
It was a very forceful affirmative, wasn't it? Yes! Definitely. Definitely. I don't remember if Isom has testified to that. I think he did, didn't he?
Okay.
I guess I know where we're going next. Isom.
Do you remember allowing law enforcement to take possession of your computer in that interview?
I told law enforcement to...
Lincoln is not a biblical name. Thank you, David Anderson Cook. Now we're going to have to look it up. The name Lincoln originates from the English city of Lincoln, which itself comes from a combination of the Brythonic word for lake, lin, and the Latin word for colony, colonia. So it's lake colony. This gives the name a meaning of lake colony, or settler by the lake, or town by the pool. So much simpler back then, wasn't it? What are we going to call this place? Well, what is it? It's a town next to a lake. Lake Town. It was originally a surname, and its use as a first name was popularized in the United States in honor of President Abraham Lincoln. There you go.
Search my phone, search my computer, search my house, search my car. I was trying to be helpful.
Do you remember?
Yeah, you were helpful, a little too helpful, to hand over that computer with all of your mother's emails on it. I was complying with the law. I was required to hand that over. Yeah. Well, you also handed over your cell phone, didn't you? You went to great pains. What did she say? Yeah, no, I delete all my text messages as they come in. It's my to-do list. Fuck off. No one in the history of technology has done that, except maybe Mr. Pinto Peabody, because she thinks that's how it works. Yeah. And I think she also definitely had her phone sent to IBM, to Dell Computer, and said, wipe this phone. You build the fucking hardware that the FBI used to do the Cellbrite, so you know how to get it clean. Now clean my fucking phone. Yeah, took care of your own shit, but you just left that Donna stuff on there, didn't you? On the laptop that you handed over. So let's think. You named Charlie in the investigation. You needlessly, senselessly, if we're to believe we're not laying the foundations for them to be in the spotlight of the investigation, your own brother, right? Told Jeff the Cass about the genuine attempt to hire a hitman the previous summer. So, but what have we got now? Handed over the emails, named Charlie in the investigation, informed Jeff of a genuine attempt to hire a hitman. There's a bunch of stuff. And what do those people say? Those analysts? They go, oh, it's all about clusters, right? Clusters. When they're doing the body language stuff, look for the clusters. You know, if you see one indicator only, an isolated indicator, someone touched their mouth, fucking, you know, a look of contempt, could be by chance. They might have been just going to sneeze. But the clusters, that's when you know you're onto something. And boy, do we have a cluster of breadcrumbs that, you know, Wendi has left on the floor in the shape of an arrow pointing to the icon, to Charlie's house, to Donna's house. All roads lead here. Big cluster.
I remember saying that it was okay for them to take the computer and keep it, even though you had work things on there, because you didn't think you would be going back to work.
I remember thinking it wasn't important. I couldn't imagine. My life fell apart.
But you didn't go back to work, did you, at FSU?
Oh, I've just caught up on the ice cream. Thank you for the show of support, fellow vanilla lovers. Okay? I just think it's clean. You know, I'm talking about a nice one. I know a shitty one, it's just sugar and chemicals, but this was a nice one. And if I have the opportunity to have a nice vanilla, I'm doing it. And they said, because you can have like multiple scoops, you know. Actually, I think it was just a bowl, but I could still have, I said, I want all vanilla. They said, do you want a fucking pistachio mint or something else? No. You want double chocolate fudge? Fuck no. Some heavy fucking shit. Ice cream should be light and fresh, and it should burst in your mouth at precisely the right moment.
I did actually go back, not physically present, but I was still on the FSU payroll until December of that year.
Okay. In that interview with law enforcement, did you suggest that your parents are people who may have been angry enough to kill Dan Markel?
I suggested a lot of people who could have been angry enough to kill Danny.
And were some of the people my parents?
Yes.
But you said in the interview that you didn't think they were capable.
She acts like she just started reeling off names, right? Let's go over them from memory, because there's only a couple. There's only like, all right, Amy Adler's ex. Well, I don't know how their divorce ended, so if you're looking for someone that might not be too happy with Danny, could be him. And she did that, knowing nothing about their divorce. You know, he could have been the one that called for it. I mean, doubtful, because she was such a gem, Amy Adler. You know, one hell of a prize, right, Wendy? Who's going to let go of that, right, Wendy? Who else? Oh yeah, a student. Maybe Danny gave a student a bad grade. They expected a B plus, but they really got a C plus. So they lost their mind and drove over to his house and shot him in the face. I mean, I suppose that probably has happened. You know, in that country with all the guns. It's usually there. Yeah, I suppose that probably has happened, but you know, I don't think it's happened enough to go to it as one of your primary assumptions, right? Oh, he was difficult, you know. He was very, in an ivory tower, difficult, you know. He was fussy. He was very fussy in the university, so fussy. So it makes perfect sense that a colleague or student blew him away. Oh, who else was there? Let's go. Charlie, bad student. Amy Adler's ex. I believe that was the entirety of her list of potentials, right? But Wendy would have us believe, yeah, I was in there just saying names, I opened the box of names and they all came out, you know.
Of it, didn't you?
I did.
If your mom wasn't capable of it, did she have anyone that she could enlist to assist her?
I don't know.
What was your first thought when you were asked if anyone might have murdered Dan Markel for your benefit?
I thought maybe a crazed friend or a former student.
Oh yeah, a crazed friend, or that fidgety guy that I was dating. What was his name? Jim or yeah, no, because I'd asked him for space. I said no contact because I needed space. I just had 2 weeks of space, but I got back and I decided it was time for some space so I could work things through and see, am I missing Jeff or am I missing being in Tallahassee without Jeff, or am I missing not having a boyfriend in general? Fucking hell. Everything she says. They are presidential names. Blue River tells us, I love all flavors. I would never judge someone based on taste. I would ignore those haters and just enjoy my vanilla ice cream. Yeah, I can handle it, you know. It wasn't a big deal or anything. It was just, it was fun. But, you know, I was like, yeah, give me some fucking vanilla. And you know what? It was awesome. Why? Because it was from the best ice cream parlor in Lisbon. You know, of course I'm going to try the vanilla.
It's not what you said, though, is it?
I don't remember exactly what I said first.
You said Charlie, right?
If that's what I said, then you have it there, but I don't remember who I listed first.
Okay, can you at least tell the jury you definitely did say Charlie as one of those people?
I did.
Do you remember saying, if somebody tried to kill my ex-husband, they should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law?
Yes.
And Isom says, regardless of who it is, and do you recall your answer?
Yeah, I'll recall the answer. Well, it would be different if I thought it was my brother, but I don't think my immediate family did this. Oh, okay. Well, thanks for your opinion. Now, we're going to go and enlist the full force of the Tallahassee Police Department and Federal Bureau of Investigation, and they'll make a judgment call, okay? But thanks for your direction. Even if it was someone you know? Well, it would be different if I thought it was my brother, but I don't think my immediate family did this. Oh, there's nothing right about that answer. Mr. Pinto says, can we look at the video of her seeing Wendi, that smile, whatever kind of facial expression that was, that expression was the most bizarre thing ever. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. You're talking about the half mask slip, right? Where literally Wendi is asked the question by Tara Kawas, right? Which would put it in the first trial, because it was Christopher Coast that did the cross in the second trial. And the question was, Tara Kawas said, so, you know, it was like, is the state going to arrest you? Even the state could arrest you later, you know. She was asking her about use and derivative use immunity, I think, towards the end of the cross. And Wendy's face, she couldn't keep it together. One half kept together, the portrayal that she wants to see, but the other half completely changed, went asymmetrical and everything. And you saw the visceral, you know, the murderous glare, the anger. She's got a lot of anger, you know. People that carry that amount of anger and don't do anything about it, I mean, they're terrifying, clearly, right? And even worse, the effort she takes to keep up this public, which she can't do for long, right? When she gets off the stand, I hope they haven't cut it off, but when she gets off the stand, I think it's at the end of this video, she'll go over to Harvey, who stands up. Harvey stands up to greet her, and she'll kiss him on the cheek and go. And she walks out of that fucking courtroom. Morgan Honeycutt is behind her, and the other minion, they're flanking her. Right? It's almost like, I don't know, some Shakespearean fucking force of character nature or something. I don't want to use the word powerful because that feels like I'm giving her some credit. I give her no credit with her Easter egg hair. Look at that. It's almost in the perfect shape of a chicken egg.
I do recall my answer.
What was that?
I think I was hoping it wasn't anyone in my family, and so that idea that it was someone in my family gave me pause.
Hoping, yeah. Which, of course, those hopes have since been dashed, right? I was, past tense, hoping fruitlessly that it wouldn't be someone in my family, when clearly we know now that it was. Not just one, but two, at least two, not me.
All right, but that wasn't your answer, was it?
I don't remember word for word what I
Okay.
said, but that was my sentiment at the time.
Was your answer for court and counsel, this is law enforcement interview page 122, lines 7 through 12. If somebody tried to kill my ex-husband, they should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. Question, regardless of who it is. Answer, I mean, it would be different if I thought it were my brother. Did you call your mom from the interview room at Tallahassee Police Department?
I did.
And did she answer the phone?
She did.
When
Yeah. Do you look back at that and think it was a good idea, bad idea? You know, and she was really having an out of body experience when she did that. You know, a bit like shock, but not shock, because you planned it. So, you know what I mean? When your reality changes when you're in shock, right? I mean, I guess there's different types of shock, but you know, you're not in your reality, really. But she also had this like glee, fucking pure glee at how much better than anybody could have hoped. How lucky they got by getting that fudge captain, General Isom, in as the chief fucking guy running Wendy's interview. Can you believe that? You know, to be honest, I don't know. I don't think Investigator Cherry would have been any better. The man who turned Jeff away like a common troll. You know? There's no room at the inn, Jeff. You're going to sleep in the barn. Yeah, who would have been? Of course, Pat Sanford wasn't on the case at this stage. Though I think the FBI had been informed because of the report that Jeff had fled, quote unquote, to Tennessee. What else? Who else? Who else could it have been? I wonder what Isom's... If it had been General Isom's replacement from when he retired, Investigator... Or is it Detective Bennett? The lady. So she's a lady. She's younger. Eager to please. You know, Isom was eager to retire. Eager for fudge. But, yeah, I mean... So she was hiding all these emotions. You got the shock. That's not really shock, but she was out of her skin, you know. You got the fucking... absolute pure ecstatic glee feeling that was going on, hyper adrenaline as well, you know. And all the time there's still that little bit of pressure, right? You are still in a police station. There's been a murder. You know about it. You know about it. You know you helped. And I still, I've been having to go through the comments today. There's still people coming to me going, well, I think it might have been a tactic by the police. Yeah, I think what happened is that the police thought if they put too much pressure on Wendi, then she would lawyer up and not speak. Listen, I think I replied to this in text, but I'm going to do it again here for the benefit of all, okay? If the cops wanted to keep her in that building longer than they did, that would have been easily achieved. And if I'm to give any value to the opinion of the cops resisting putting pressure on Wendi, it would have been easily achieved without putting pressure on Wendi. Stall. Anybody can do that. Someone working in a bakery can do that. A gas station worker can do that. A barman can do that. Everybody stalls in every industry. Everything you do, at one point, you've gone to that place to either get service or purchase something, and someone, somewhere in your life, has stalled you. It's not that hard. Hey, brain surgeon. The logic is, no, they didn't want to put too much pressure on, because if they did, she would lawyer up immediately. So if we're not going to put too much pressure on, we better let her go. And what did she do when they let her go? She lawyered up immediately. There's no way Fudge Man is that dumb. I know none of us are not that happy with him. But, he's still a person. He's got a good heart. And he got totally hoodwinked by this. But it didn't take him long to go, something's not right here. And I say it didn't take him long. But 8 months later, Jeff comes back for the interview with Isom, and it's taken Isom. He's not even got the names down of the key players yet. 8 months. So Charlie is the dad? Or the brother. You know what I mean? Fuck.
She answered, did she advise you that your dad was in the shower?
I don't remember whether my dad was in the shower.
You asked her to sit down, do you remember that?
I do.
All right. And by asking her to sit down, would that signify to her that this was going to be something serious you were going to reveal or say?
I was concerned about her age, and if she were standing, that she could, hurt herself if she fell down.
Okay.
Well, 64 years old. She goes power walking at the mall every day.
And do you recall that she at that point asked if she could put you on speakerphone?
I don't remember, but that sounds plausible.
What was the purpose of putting the phone on speaker, if you know?
I would be guessing, but so my dad could hear too?
Actually, it was Donna that asked to do that, and Wendi said that's fine.
But wasn't Dad in the shower, or you don't remember that part?
I don't remember if my dad was in the shower.
Was anyone else there to your knowledge?
I don't think so.
Was Charlie there to your knowledge?
Nice touch with Dad in the shower, right? See, we're not waiting for the call. Just a normal day. Oh, I'm just going through some papers. Oh, we're sat at the dining table. Oh, he took a shower. Yeah. Oh, no. Yeah, we might go down to the beach, get one of those nice chicken wraps.
I don't think so.
Did you ask your mom in that telephone conversation to tell Charlie what was going on?
I think I did. I didn't want to make any more phone calls.
You didn't want to make any more phone calls. Why would it be a priority for you personally to inform your brother? For what? I mean, seriously, you don't want to make any phone calls? Fine, don't call him. Done. Why does he need to know? I mean, you know, from Wendy's lie perspective, we all know why he needs to know, but, you know, she can't say that, can she?
And your mom took the news pretty well, didn't she, this phone call?
I wouldn't say she took the news well. I think she was upset.
Did you say something different in your law enforcement interview after you got off the phone with her?
I don't think I did. I don't.
Well, my mom sounded really surprised, so I guess it wasn't her. Well, I guess that's a relief, or whatever she said. Unbelievable.
I think I said something like that.
Didn't you say, page 265, line 5 through 6, quote, "My mom handled that pretty well"?
I may have said that. I can check it. Can you tell me the line again?
Yes, ma'am, page 265, line 5 and 6.
Yes, that's what I said.
And then page 280, line 22 and 23. Did you also say, "Well, my parents sounded really surprised, so that's at least a relief"?
Yes, I see that here.
No further questions.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
He's never ready, is he?
I don't even know. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
I represent your mother in this case. You've never spoken to me about this case, correct?
I have not.
I guess the best place to start is where you left off with respect to the comments that you made regarding your mother taking it well. When's the last time you listened to that call?
I haven't listened to it. You listened to the call I had with my mom. I've never listened to it.
Well, from the interview room, you've never listened to your interview?
I have read the transcript of my interview, but I never listened to my interview.
You don't recall the shock in your mother's voice when you told her what had happened?
I do think she was shocked.
You could hear that over the phone, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, you could hear that when she went, "What? What? Where did this happen?"
So many topics were covered, I'm going to have to kind of skip around, okay? Katie Magbanawa, Catherine Magbanawa, I guess people call her Katie. There was a picture of you with her at the beach, and there was another young lady there.
Okay. Where's my list? What did we write down yesterday? Mix green alien. Need proof of beach. I really got to buy some time here, man.
Call that?
I recall the picture, yes.
And that was...
Hey, that's our goal for tonight. Buy us some time, because let me tell you, man, I know that there's people right here in this audience now that are still operating on false beliefs. you know. And you just need to be shown the way, right? I'm not going to tell you what to think. I'm going to lay out facts in an order that obviously you've not seen before. Because if you had, you wouldn't believe the things you believe. You know, and I say this now because some of you might believe that Katie and Wendi were at the beach on Father's Day doing last-minute murder planning. And it just makes me want to bash myself in the head with a hammer. You know, it just makes me want to bash myself in the head. You know, because all of that is just based on another huge error. The false belief that Wendi was informed that her moron fuckhead brother got his current girlfriend, with known connections, long-standing baby daddy connections, 10-year relationship connections, to the kind of people that could get the job done. You know, it would have been smarter if he'd have said to June Umchinda, June, do you know anybody that can rough someone up? Because FBI come down looking at June. No way! She doesn't know the likes of Sigfredo, of Luis. You know, not at all. There is no way on earth Wendi knew that her moron fuckhead brother used his current girlfriend with the long-standing ties to organized crime, the kind of people that would take money and go and drive to Tallahassee and shoot someone in the face that they don't know. You know, there is no way. That's a Charlie mistake, because he's immature, unintelligent, and not that fucking bright. And in a fantasy world, believing all of his own hype. Both sides of the tracks, Cuban neighborhood bullshit, you know? Untouchable, blah, 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 blah. No way on planet Earth Wendi was informed Katie was the middle woman until after. And I have all the proof. I got to find the time. I got to lay it out. That's my duty, because no one else is doing it. You think Joel is doing it? You think Deep Dish True Crime is doing it? No. What about that other one? That that one with the cats. What's his name? Carl somebody. Steinbeck. He's not going to say a word. Actually, maybe he would, actually. He's one of the only ones that I know of that follows this so closely, that doesn't just go along with the fucking hype of what people want to hear. You know, most of the channels I've ever seen, that's what they're doing, right? That's why they don't notice these things. That's why they don't really give a shit. Because who are they trying to police? The simps. Why? Because the simps have got big numbers. That's why most of you are here, for something a little bit less simp. Hopefully. Hopefully we're able to achieve that for you sometimes. I know it's been a little shaky recently, but we're back. Anyway, Mythbuster episodes coming out soon. That's a fucking priority. I say that about everything. And you know what? Everything is.
Father's Day weekend, I guess, of 2014.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think your testimony was that really you only knew her with Charlie. Is that right?
That's right.
Was Charlie at the beach?
No.
Your mother wasn't there either, was she?
No.
And then I think you mentioned that you had a dinner with Katie?
And my brother.
Okay. Was that before you went to the beach?
Cilantro is the same as coriander, right? Coentrus. I put that on everything. I put that on fucking breakfast cereal.
It was a different time.
Do you recall if it was before then?
It was before,
Okay.
but several months before.
Several months before?
Mhm.
Okay. So if this was Father's Day, when do you think you actually met her for the first time?
I think I met her when I was doing the alternative spring break, so that's usually March or April.
Same year?
Same year.
And the dinner that was mentioned, is that the first place you ever met her?
That's the first place I remember meeting her.
And who all was there?
It was my brother and Katie and Jeff and I. Jeff
Mr.
Lacasse.
I'm sorry, how you pronounce it?
Lacasse.
Lacasse. Okay, so the four of you were there. Your mother was not there.
No.
Yeah, right, Michelle. OMG, Metrix. Her head is just like an egg. But ever since I said that, I can't get that quote out of my mind from the Jeffrey Epstein, what do you call it? What's it fucking called? Deposition. Where he walked out because the question was just preceding him ripping off his headphones and storming away was, is it true, Mr. Epstein, is it true, Mr. Epstein, that you have an egg-shaped penis? That it's egg-shaped, that it's sort of wide at the base and narrows out as it gets to the tip. And he stormed out. But ever since I said Wendy's hair looks like an egg, you know, by way of association, now all I can see is the penis of Jeffrey Epstein. And something about that somehow seems appropriate and justified.
I want you to, it's been 11 years, so a lot I'm sure has happened to you in the past 11 years. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And your memory may not be as good as it was of things that happened back then, now that 11 years has passed. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. As best you can, I want you to take yourself out of the year 2025 and go back to the years somewhere like 2010 through 2014 when Mr. Markell was murdered, okay?
Okay.
In that time frame are going to be most of the questions that I ask you.
Okay.
All right. I think you testified you had a brother, Charlie,
Yes.
and you have a brother, Rob.
Yes.
So that was a five-member family.
Yes.
Okay. And Rob's the oldest.
Yes.
Charlie's the middle.
Yes.
And you're the baby.
Yes.
Okay. And you grew up in a household where, was your mother working when you were younger?
No.
Okay. She stayed home with the kids.
She did.
And at some point,
We've got to do a poll on this fucking cilantro thing. I mean, I don't know who in their right mind. I still got to create that goal. God damn it. You know, I interrupt my own show so much, I distract myself. Just got to learn to shut up. But I am interested. I just don't know why. Why would anybody not like coriander or cilantro? It's making me want to go out for some Iranian food, you know? Iranian food, this is why it's some of the best food in the world. Why? Because the salad that comes with it is like 60% herbs, right? But not in an overpowering way. It's amazing how they balance. It's fucking coriander or cilantro and parsley, I think. A little bit of lettuce, but a good lettuce. So, poll. Do you like cilantro? Pretty straightforward. Do it! Vote in the poll. So we are going to do a goal. Adelson Mythbusters. By the time. You know, we'll at least be able to do the big ones. I don't know if we need to cover the car anymore, Michelle. Oh, Michelle, I don't know if you heard the bit on your last night's show. I'll just tell you this real quickly, because I know whenever you hear my voice say that either the words Toyota Prius or Nissan Sentra, you know, you have palpitations, and I understand why. But just bear with me, because the funny thing is that I was watching a police dash cam video the other day of a car chase in Chicago, I believe, and I wasn't really paying attention, but I looked at the suspect vehicle and I thought, what is that? Is that a Toyota Prius? And you can imagine my disbelief when they finally stopped the vehicle and apprehended the suspect, that it was revealed that the car was a Nissan Sentra. I confused the two, but in my defense, it was a 2024 Nissan Sentra, which looks nothing like a 2004, 20 years apart now. And clearly they have gravitated heavily towards the Prius. But it was still, you know, poetically ironic that I myself confused the two in nothing other than name only. But it still made me laugh.
Point, she went back into teaching, which is what she had done before she had her first child, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and she did that after you were in school, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then you all went to school, grade school, high school, you grew up, right?
Yes.
Each one of you went off to college.
Yes.
Each one of you got a postgraduate degree.
Yes.
So you're an attorney.
Yes.
Charlie became a periodontist.
Yes.
Which is someone who does surgery related to dentistry, correct?
Yes.
And then Rob's a doctor as well.
Yes.
And throughout the time that you all were going to college, your parents helped support you.
Yes.
Every one of you.
Yes.
And you had a good childhood.
I did.
And your mom took good care of you all.
Yes.
She treated you well.
Yes.
Very kind.
Yes.
Very loving.
Yes.
Very caring towards her family and others.
Yes.
I think you once described her as being kind, empathetic, and very loving and sensitive person. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that, but that sounds right.
That she radiates positivity.
Radiates positivity, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, well, that was just what I was going to say. I'm trying to remember the exact descriptors because those were incorrect. She's talking about the podcast. That little podcast episode she did. I mean, was that not the sickest thing you'd ever heard? Amazing that she did that. You do a murder plot, and then you go into a course that is, what was that course? It was like learning how to write about your life. What? Because you did so well in your fucking novel here? Let's just have a brief random paragraph or two from this hunk of trash. Page 81. She tried one more time a few months later when she grew the courage to ask again for something that she needed. Robert, she tried with great trepidation after, afraid of upsetting the already fraying blanket of material harmony. You see what I'm saying? Any scholars in the stream today? Listen to this. Afraid of upsetting the already fraying blanket of marital harmony that she had tried to stitch each day. It's so poor. And this is not my opinion. There's not a single English teacher or student or professor in the world that wouldn't cross that fucking line out with a big old marker. I mean, one more time. Robert, she tried with great trepidation, afraid of upsetting the already fraying blanket of material harmony that she had tried to stitch each day. With loving words, it goes on, with loving words and a devotion to their faith in God and each other. Can I please borrow the car to go to the church this evening? There is a Bible study class, and it is too dark for me to be walking along the unpaved road in the evening. I am afraid that one of the cars won't see me. Please! She knelt down before him, as he had asked her to do, and avoided his eyes, just using her voice to plead with him. He flinched, as if punched in the chest by an invisible hand. Oh my God. And it makes me wonder, is she doing this on purpose? Who writes that? He flinched, as if punched in the chest by an invisible hand. But he didn't say a word. The following morning, Ossa woke at around 6 a.m. and she noticed that Robert was not there. She thought maybe he had left early for work. She checked his closet, and thankfully all of his clothes were there. She waited patiently in the house all day for him. But even at 11 that night, he still hadn't appeared. She finally called the police. Kind of a skip and jump to that, wasn't there? You're not going to build up the tension of what brought her to be so, She looked around the house, couldn't find him, and eventually called the police. I mean, again, some of it's too much filler and run on sentence. And that's just like... And then the police got there, and then they found him, and then they drove away, the end. Great. Good read. Where were we? Police. Until she finally called the police, but they assured her that her husband would be home soon, and that they had to wait until he was missing for 48 hours before they would start searching for an adult. Osa was incredibly worried, and so she prayed with all night. And so she prayed with all her might. That was my mistake. That Robert would come home soon. Okay. My favorite line was, Robert, she tried, with great trepidation, afraid of upsetting the already fraying blanket of material harmony that she had tried to stitch each day with loving words and a devotion to their faith in God and each other. It is incredible to me that, and she was handing this out. Jeff read it. That should have been his first clue. I imagine Jeff, being in that fucking lovesick puppy, I want to impress you and show you how much you mean to me. I'm ready to take things serious. Do you want to try? Oh, man, Jeff. Don't do it again, man. Just live alone. What was I saying? No, Jeff in his lovesick puppy, I want to impress you, yada, 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 yada. I want to take an interest in you. I want to know everything about you. He would have read this book the moment he got the chance, right? And as, he is very intelligent, I'm sure, well-read, at least in his field and outside of his field. I'm sure he's got a good general bank of knowledge, right? Certainly. There's no way that he or anyone else would have read this and not had serious questions. But do you think he brought that to Wendi? No. He went to her and said, what an amazing achievement. And it's so meaningful that your book, your achievement is now in the hands of the next generation of scholars that have come in for foundation, to learn, to build. You did this. That's your legacy. And what a fine legacy it is. And just hope she goes, oh, great. What was your favorite bit? I like the bit about the endless trepidation of the tapestry being stitched each day with the faith of blah, blah, blah. Whatever it was. I want to remove it from my brain.
Yes.
She has a very loving and respectful and fun relationship with my dad. They are very much in love. Now it's been 54 years.
It has.
You said your mom was completely selfless.
Yes,
That's the opposite of selfish.
it is.
Means she's caring.
Did your mother ever sell fish? Did she have a license to sell fish? Did she steal lobsters from the from you know, and sell them for $1 a piece to your wealthy friends? Hey, did we create a goal? I think we created a goal. There is a goal at the top of the chat. Support the goal. Support the Mythbusters. You know, I think that's going to be the turning point for us. That's going to be the turning point. That's when we're going to start be doing more and more production material. But we've got to kickstart that right now. We've just got to kickstart that right now. Support the goal, support the channel, and buymeacoffee.com/true crime. Metrix, Patreon, and PayPal. Also links in the description, and the merch still links in the description. Haven't done any merch in a while, but what's up there now is fantastic. If you haven't seen it, check it out. And what else? Discord. Yeah. We might be moving back in time with Discord soon. You know. Anyway, that's a discussion for another day. Support the goals, support the channel. Coffee.
More about others than she does about herself.
Yes, ma'am.
And what she did was for others.
Yes.
Never doing anything for herself.
Correct.
She was invested in your lives.
Yes.
You, and both of your brothers.
Yes.
Okay. You were a close family.
Yes.
And would you say she was a good mother to you?
Yes. Very good mother.
And a very good grandmother as well.
Yes.
When you had your first child, and you needed someone to help out, your mother came.
She did.
And she spent time there.
Yes.
And when the baby was crying in the middle of the night so that you could get some rest, she took care of the baby.
She did.
And she did that for both of your children.
Yes.
Fair to say that your mom has always been there for you when you needed her?
Yes.
For little things and big things.
Yes.
Now, you said that you testified that you left Danny in September of 2012. You recall that?
Yes.
From September of 2012 until March of 2013, your mother actually spent quite a bit of time helping you with the boys in Tallahassee, correct?
She did. Yes.
She would go home and take care of things there, but she would return.
Yes.
So a substantial amount of each month, she was there assisting you with the children.
Yes.
While you were at work, she may take them to school. Is that correct, their daycare?
I don't remember that one, whether I dropped them at school or my mom did, but it's certainly possible that she took them to school.
She might have picked them up.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
She did some housework, cleaning up around the house.
Yes.
She bought groceries.
Yes.
She cooked.
Yes.
She cleaned.
Yes.
She was there for you because you had just left a marriage where you had a partner helping you, and now you were adjusting to being by yourself, correct?
Yes.
Now, at the time, this time period we're talking about, your mother lived in, where did you say, Coral Springs?
Coral Springs.
And where is that in relation to Miami?
It's Broward County, so it's the county.
Yeah. Pretty much in the city, you know. It's right there. But they still wanted to try living in Miami.
north of Dade County, which is where Miami is.
And in Broward County, that's like where Fort Lauderdale is?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and their dentist practice that they had that's been referred to, Adelson Institute.
Yes.
That was located in Broward County, correct?
It was, yes.
Not far from where your parents lived.
Yes, in Tamarack, so close to
See you later, Michelle. Yeah, tell us what the good time, what the good time. Yeah, should we do earlier shows? We've been a bit late the last couple of days. But I haven't slept at all. I don't know why I'm still hyper. Crazy. So yeah, maybe we should start at 8. But hey, the fucking United States is going into clocks back November 2nd. But here, it's going to be a week before. So we're going to be 4 hours closer. Or 1 hour closer. I don't know. We'll come up with something. Maybe we should do 8 o'clock starts. Sounds good to me.
Coral Springs.
Okay. And at some point, they got the place down in Miami, right?
Yes.
So what they were doing was they would work Monday through Thursday and stay at their home in Coral Springs, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes.
then they would go and spend the weekend at the place in Miami. Is that right?
I don't think every weekend, but some weekends.
Some of them. Okay.
Yeah,
And you visited there.
I did.
Okay. Now, when your mother would come up to assist you or just to visit with you and the children and Danny, did she drive typically or fly?
I think sometimes drive, sometimes fly.
Okay. And
Most of the time drive, I think.
David knows the score. Look at that. That is horrific writing. Terrible, wasn't it? I mean, you know what it's like, David? It's almost like written as an example to show others what not to do, right? Like if you were going through a basic English writing, what do you call it? What do you call those books? Workbook, where they've got like exercises and stuff. Like that would be shown as an example. Never ever write like this, right? And she got it as what do they call it? The common read. The common read. At a serious university, Florida State University. And I thought it was so hilarious when Patty Wilson was at a yard sale or garage sale or something. And there was just, this book dotted around the place, discarded in a box full of other shit.
Time drive, and that's almost an 8-hour trip, correct?
It is, yes.
And at the time that this occurred, your mother would have been, when Danny was murdered, she would have been, 64-ish?
That sounds right.
She's 75 now. Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay. And sometimes she would rent cars, is that right?
Yes.
As opposed to driving her vehicle?
Yes.
Okay.
Hey, just out of curiosity, and only if you're comfortable, but if anybody is aged 64 or above, why don't you put what kind of emoji? We'll just put a green heart in the comments. If you're 64 and above, put a green heart in the comments. And if you feel that you're incapable of doing an 8-hour drive, now I know I know no one looks at an 8-hour drive and goes, yes! Well, sometimes I do. Sometimes I go, yeah, man. I think that's what Jeff thought. How long's the drive to fucking Tennessee? Longer than Miami, I bet. Or maybe not. Probably about the same, isn't it? I think it was 500 miles when we looked it up. I could be completely wrong. But that would be roughly about 8-ish hours, I would assume. So about the same, huh? Jeff was looking forward to that drive. That's why he left early. You know, it was a shame that he got a flat tire in the rain. Oh, God. Bad day, Jeff.
Your father came sometimes as well to help out?
Yes.
Okay.
I didn't really finish that, did I? If you're 64 or above, green heart in the comments. Now, if you are 64 and above and feel that you would collapse by sitting in a car, you know, that you're so, what's the word? Decrepit in your age, that you're not even a human being anymore, you know, let us know. Because I don't think it's that old, right? Like, in terms of not being able to travel, you know, pretty much the same as anyone else.
I want to talk about Mr. Markel for a few minutes. I think you said you met online,
We did.
but you were attracted to him.
Yes.
He was a handsome young man.
Yes.
You're a beautiful young woman,
Thank you.
and you got married.
Beautiful young woman. You're a beautiful young woman, an innocent woman, beautiful, innocent, angel woman. Yeah, that was my impression.
We did, yes.
And there were times, I mean, we've heard about the divorce, but before the divorce, there were times where you had a happy marriage.
Yes.
And you all enjoyed spending time together.
Yes.
The two of you together and with your children.
Yes.
And even your parents who would come up and spend time with you.
Yes.
And your parents actually took you and Danny on vacations, right?
Yes.
There was one trip where they took you out of the country and you went ziplining. Do you remember that?
Yes, we went to Costa Rica.
And after this,
Oh, okay, so she can fucking zip line but not sit in a car. Why would you bring that up? Why would you bring that up when you're going on about her fucking age and her old bones and her fucking knee injury? You know. She's been worried about her hip for some time. Where's my mouse? There it is. Yeah. Bad tactic, Jackie. And your mother's very old, right? Trouble getting in and out of the car? Knee would jam up on long trips? Doctor ordered to keep it circulated? Next line. And you all took a trip to Costa Rica for the zip wire event, did you? And then you all went bungee jumping, yes? And then Donna Adelson volunteered to be shot out of a cannon at the circus.
ziplining is when you told them that you were pregnant, correct?
I went ziplining pregnant, yes.
Okay. So it is a few years before, but not that many.
You would agree.
I went ziplining pregnant because I'm so wild. I'm so carefree. I don't play by the rules. I'm lots of fun. I'm a Wendi. You know, it's probably like, what, 8 weeks in? Yeah, I took the test. I now have a tiny, teeny embryo inside. Yeah. But I'm going to risk it. I'm going to risk the zip. Fuck off. Look at Donna. Oh, my daughter. That carefree daughter of mine. So much fun. Pregnant, didn't care. She said, I'm going in.
Agree with me that Danny, I'm saying Danny because that's what people call him. I'm not trying to be disrespectful of him. He's
No, I called him Danny.
okay. You would agree that he was very intelligent.
Yes, very.
He had 2 degrees from Harvard, correct?
Yes.
Undergraduate and law school.
Yes, ma'am.
He did a lot of writing,
Yes.
And at the time that he was murdered, he was...
I'm no expert on further education of any kind, but I would think that you would need to do undergraduate in order to do a law degree at fucking Harvard. No? I mean, does that even count? I mean, it just sounds like part of the same process to me, but I don't know. I mean, is undergrad a degree in itself? I thought it was like, you know, the place you need to get to in order to, you know, do the law degree.
a tenured professor at the College of Law here at FSU, correct?
Yes.
And becoming tenured is not like an automatic thing. You have to work towards that, right?
Yes,
Takes a lot of time,
it does.
a lot of effort. He put in a lot of work to gain that status.
Yeah, Amy Adler did it in a month. One call is all it took. Just one little call, Wendy.
Yes.
And he traveled to go and speak at different places, right?
Yes.
And he was well respected by his colleagues.
Yes, very.
Okay. And after he had children, those became the love of his life, didn't they?
Yes.
And even after you separated, I think you
Hey, Wendy, the line is, as well as his work.
would agree with me that Danny made a great deal of effort to get as much time with his children as he could. Is that fair?
Yes, absolutely.
Even when it was your time to have the children, he would go to their preschool and visit with them there.
Yes.
He wanted to talk to them on the phone when he didn't have them,
Yes.
and he wanted to Skype with them,
Yes.
correct? Okay. And that, I'm sorry, I'm old, but that involved like a computer where you can see each other while you're talking, is that right?
I think now it's something you could do on the phone, but back then you needed.
I'm old. Skip. Again, we've been over this before, but I just want to reiterate. What is the deal with Jackie Fulford pretending that she doesn't know what Skype is? I mean, how old is she here at this trial? She's what? I mean, probably approaching 70. Certainly 65. No? I mean, we'll have to pause on the next picture of her. I've never really given it thought while I'm looking at her. I'd say 65 would be a fair guess. Which, you know, Skype was... I remember Skype like right in the early 2000s, right? I mean, 2003, 2? Let's check. When did Skype come out? Cool. August 2003. There you go. That's the Metrix promise. And it lasted until Microsoft acquired Skype in 2011 for $8.5 billion. Oh, man. I just want to add that to my list of reasons to die. Anyway, I drifted off. I drifted off into my past. So many mistakes. So, 2003, Jackie Fulford would have been, that's 22 years ago, she would have been, say, 44. That's prime Skyping age, man. There's no fucking way that she didn't know what Skype was. She was a judge at that time, or was she? I'm not sure exactly the years that she was a judge, but she was obviously a professional, obviously a law Florida bar member, blah, 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 blah. What's your fucking problem? You want to look, what, disabled? Standing next to the state, oh, the state, they're so flashy, they're so modern, they've got tech. It's not fair, it's unequal. Mistrial, that's maybe not for a mistrial, but to try and plant a seed in the eyes and thoughts more of the jury, that they will start to, go along with this kind of thing of, that state seems awful prepared, and these defense attorneys, they don't know tech, they don't know Skype. They don't even have a PowerPoint. They've got that little toad man coming up here with his easels, folding them out with these big fucking cards. That's what it is. Does anyone disagree? It's a move to make the jury see the defense as the underdog. And some people support the underdog no matter what. I don't know. But that's kind of the point, right? The state is always the underdog because they've got the burden.
A computer.
And you assisted with that?
I did.
Not necessarily the schedule he wanted.
I'm sorry?
You didn't necessarily keep the schedule that Danny wanted for Skyping, right?
I did try.
You tried?
Yes.
But that was one of the things you two bickered about.
It was.
Okay. And during the time that you were with Danny, your mother was always kind to him, wasn't she?
She was.
Before you got married to him?
Yes.
While you were married to him?
Yes.
While you were separated?
Yes.
And after the divorce?
Yes.
And there's been a lot of testimony and a lot of pictures put up, lots of things highlighted about the ugly things that your mother said about Danny during the course of the separation, the divorce, and the follow-up litigation, right?
Yes.
And you shared, as you've testified, some of the pleadings that were filed in your case.
Yes.
And some of the pleadings weren't very attractive towards you, were they?
No.
They described things that were derogatory towards you. Is that fair?
Yes.
And the communications that you had with Danny during the separation leading up to the divorce and some thereafter were pretty critical of you, weren't they?
The communication on paper, which
Right.
was very different than the communication in person.
Right, but the paperwork was critical.
Yes.
And you shared that with your mother.
Yes.
And some of the things that he said to you in writing, whether they were communications or in the pleadings, upset you.
Yes.
Some of it was very upsetting to you.
Yes.
And you shared it with your mother, and then she became upset.
Yes.
And she said bad words.
Yes.
She called him a lot of bad names.
Yes.
She said ugly things about him.
Yes.
But not one single time did she ever suggest in writing or to you personally that Danny deserved to be harmed, did she?
Never.
Never said he needed to be killed.
Never.
Never suggested any harm to him in any way.
Never.
And those things that she said to you in the emails, the communications I assume that you all thought were between yourselves, you never shared those with Danny, did you?
No.
And during the separation, well, during the time you're married, we've already established, but during the separation, if Danny needed help with the children, your mother assisted him, didn't she?
He had called her and asked for help at various times, and she did.
And after the divorce, the same thing, correct?
He would call and ask for help, and she would help.
Oh, she's early 60s, Christina. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Looks like she stuck with the coffin nails quite a while, though, huh? She looks, where, did we see her? Yeah, did it cut to her? It keeps cutting to Donna, but, right. I need to keep an eye if it keeps on to Jackie. I want to get this screenshot. Let's see here. Deborah Rockhill, 7052. Welcome back, Deborah.
Do you have States Exhibit 60 up there?
I don't see anything that says 6.
January the what, Christina? Hang on. Are you talking about yourself or Jackie? I guess I guess yourself, right? So you're a little older than 64. Now we know.
D on it.
I can't use this book. What is this, JJ?
Did I have MySpace? Yeah, but I didn't do anything with it. I had an account. I remember just before Facebook there was something called High Five, which I had. I don't remember anything about it. And I remember the first time someone told me about Facebook, and I said, "So what? What am I supposed to be impressed about?" I think I've always hated it, though. Especially now. I mean, what the fuck? Does anyone else think that it should just go away? Like, I'm not even sure. You know, I publish stuff for the channel on the Twitter or X. I refuse to call it X. I think that's a shit name. Twitter was a great name. The branding was great. The bird was great. Blue. This horrible black X thing. It was ridiculous. Anyway, X. We have X, Facebook, and Instagram. And I guess I can see the point of Twitter. And Instagram's alright. But Facebook? Who is using that anymore? And for what? Nothing seems to work. I remember a time when it was like, you know, essential. You had to have it because that's where things happened. But those days are gone. And when is it going to go away? Leave. Nobody likes you, Facebook. Okay? Nobody's interested. Everything I know about MySpace, though, is from Jody. Jody Arias.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? I'm going to show you what has been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 60, and I think they refer to it as JJ.
Okay.
Okay? And this would be your, it's going to fall if you don't hold that
Okay,
side. I'm
no
sorry.
problem.
I can't get this over for some reason.
I can try.
But this has been referred to as the pleadings that are within your dissolution file.
Okay.
Okay? I'm going to leave that with you, okay?
Okay.
Could you look at that document, the JJ, please?
Yes. You want me to just keep reading through it?
Yes, please.
Okay.
I want you to familiarize yourself with it.
Ah, okay.
I'm still reading through it. Should I continue to read to the...
You don't need to read every word. If you would just familiarize yourself so that you can recall the substance of that pleading.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Prior to you filing your petition for dissolution, do you want me to come and get that?
No, it's okay.
Okay. Prior to filing your petition,
Well, it seems like we've only got two ancients with us today, folks, that are proud enough to tell us. That was our very own House Resident of Information, Christina, and somebody else called Full Green Light. So, I would like to sponsor a test. If they are both residents of the United States, we get them together, put them on a bicycle built for two, and have them ride across America in record time. Donna Adelson couldn't get into a car at 64 years old. That's not the Metrix promise. The Metrix promise is Christina and Full Green Light, great name, on a bicycle built for two, riding across.
for dissolution, what kind of experience did you have regarding divorce proceedings?
I'm trying to understand the question.
Yeah,
So
sure.
prior to filing the dissolution of marriage,
Yes.
there weren't any divorce proceedings prior to filing.
I guess what I'm saying is because you're an attorney.
So you didn't learn how to code? Who, me? I am a coder. Yeah, I guess a lot of people don't know that. Well, but not through MySpace. Real shit that matters.
Were you familiar with family law?
No,
Had you participated in helping anybody with their dissolution of marriage?
I had not.
Completely unfamiliar with the process.
I was unfamiliar with
Sorry, that sounded really arrogant, didn't it? I didn't mean it.
the process.
And that pleading that's before you, are you back on the front page of that?
I can get back to the front page.
Thank you.
I'm at the front page.
Okay. And could you read for the jury what the title of that pleading is?
Yes, ma'am.
AOL chat. Well, I remember the MSN Messenger. Hotmail. Yeah. We used to sit on that in fucking school for hours. And I have no idea why. It was this new thing, right? It was like I'm typing a message and someone else is looking at it and then they send one back. Just fucking rats in a maze. Test animals. See how long this will keep them obsessed. There was no purpose. There was no purpose. At that time, at least in school.
Former husband's counter motion for enforcement of MSA on parenting issues and motion for contempt and sanctions.
Doesn't say grandmother motion, does it?
No.
And in fact, the overwhelming majority of that motion relates to Danny's complaints about you and parenting issues, correct?
It does, yes.
And in fact, what they call the grandmother part of that motion is really Danny complaining about you not meeting.
Pink Harrier, 47. Hey, Pink Harrier, how you doing? Well, it's live in the sense of the commentary and the chat comments. I mean, you think this is old? I mean, usually we cover stuff from 20 years ago. Is that all right with you? Well, maybe 20 years ago. I mean, I suppose not quite 20 years ago. I mean, we did a bunch of Jodi Arias. I mean, that was what, 2011? And her interviews with police is all the way back in 2008. So I mean, what's that? 17 years. It's getting there. I am definitely not into. It's got to be current, baby. Why? To keep up with hype? To satisfy the needs of the simps? Why would I want to do that? For numbers? What about my soul? What about my dignity, my pride? All that would be gone. And yeah, the money would be rolling in, but is that really what it's all about? You know? In what way is it live? I'm speaking to you now.
The requirements of the right of first refusal, correct?
That's correct.
Because his complaint is that if you gave him the right of first refusal, some of the times he could take it and the children would be with him instead of the grandmother.
Yes.
It wasn't actually suggesting that from this point forward, your mother could no longer have anything but supervised visitation, correct?
I didn't see it that way.
Okay. And in any event, your mother never saw that motion, did she?
No, she did not.
May I approach? I'm going to take the book. I don't know if I'm going to give it back to you or not.
Acapella's back. Everyone, welcome Acapella. Welcome back. Acapella. Good to see you, man. What's been happening? Tell us all.
That way it's not going to fall on you.
Okay.
Hang on, we should read his good message. Pee Wee Newton 3562. If you're talking about the same kid I think you are, who stabbed his mom in the throat, the state's attorney was the one Metrix called the Limbo King. Yeah, I remember that guy. Odd posture. And lost the case. I believe that it did come down to that. The balance of energies. You know, it wasn't that the defense attorney, remember the woman, the lady. Is that polite? Or the female. What am I supposed to say? Yeah, it wasn't that she was brilliant enough to win, or good enough to win. It's that she was good enough to beat him. It was a dual effort. She was a little bit okay good. He was a bit shit. If he'd have been, you know, basic standard, Mr. Chicken Cacciatore, Mr. What was the other, the lead for the state in the Sarah Boone trial? I think his surname was a bird. Mr. J. Yeah, Mr. J, Mr. Chicken Cacciatore. Now, most of you will remember my thoughts on them were not good. Really. Certainly in the run-up, I was like, what? Why do these guys have this important case? You know, I couldn't believe it. Mr. Chicken Cacciatore looked like he'd just come out of his third trip to rehab. That he was sleeping in his office, under his desk, you know, meth pipe in the drawer. I mean, he looked in bad shape a lot of times. And then other times, we'd see him and he'd have a little spring in his step. Anyway, I go off point. The point is that, in retrospect, after all was said and done, they got the job done, and I would consider them to be adequate. The Limbo King from the Colin Griffith trial was less than adequate. He was inadequate. So it was unfortunate. Unfortunate for justice. Unfortunate for the next person that wacko kid fucking slashes open. You know, which will happen. That's going to happen. People say, oh, you never know, be positive. Yeah? Where has that ever gotten anyone? About this, you know. I'm happy to be positive about things in my own life that I have some sense of control over, but not some psycho fucking murdering dead-eyed kid. Yeah, no, my mother, she's dead. I had to stab her in the neck, self-defense. Last year? Last year. Well, it was before I was living with my mother. At that time, I was living with my father. But there was an incident. He backed me into a corner, came at me with a gun, and I had to shoot him in the head. But it was self-defense. And the jury were not permitted to know about that previous murder of his other parent in a separate location, in a separate state. I think it was in Alabama, I can't remember where it was. The jury weren't allowed to know that. It's crazy. Anyway, we digress. How much longer have we got left? Oh, quite a bit. Probably
Now,
make it.
the state has referred to this bribe. You've heard him talk about that, correct?
I believe so.
They suggested, because I think there are emails that discuss this.
Hey, David Anderson Cook, that sounds really interesting. David tells us, I myself, this is David now, I myself have studied forensic linguistics just recently to spot and flag deception markers clusters. I see each testimony in a new light now. Do you have any materials that you could share digitally on Discord with me? I'd love to have a look at anything that that explains those sorts of things. That sounds really cool.
About potentially offering Danny $1 million.
Yes.
And your understanding of what was trying to take place there, because you actually put that in writing, was it wasn't to take the children away from Danny, was it?
No.
It was in hopes that he would relocate to Miami as well, correct?
Yes.
And that although you would live separate lives, you could raise your children together, correct?
Yes.
Because there were more opportunities for him, Danny, to practice his Jewish faith in Miami than there is in Tallahassee, correct?
Correct.
They have kosher food in Miami.
Yes.
Lots of it.
Yes.
They don't have that in Tallahassee.
No.
And the $1 million offer was not to bribe him in what sounds like an illegal sense. It was an incentive for him to relocate himself to Miami, correct?
Yes. That was my understanding. Yes.
You lived there with him before,
Yes.
and he liked living there.
Yes. He
In
liked
fact-
it very much.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you.
No, that's okay. I was just saying he liked it very much.
In fact, he tried to get a professorship at the University of Miami School of Law.
He did.
And if he had gotten that, the plan between you and he was to stay in Miami, correct?
We would have. Yes.
But he didn't get it, and so he had already been employed by FSU College of Law, right?
Yes.
And so you moved up here and finished law school, and you all remained in this area.
Yes.
So the $1 million would offer.
That's a great. I do remember that. Yeah, acapella. Acapella tells us. Well, the bit I like, typing with phonometrums line to line and being able to watch the other person. This is instant messaging back in the day, right? Being able to watch the other person's typing appear character by character, including backspacing to correct the mistakes. Those were the days. Yeah. Well, and then. I loved this about the early Wild West days of the internet, right? Because people would come up with a feature like that, and a few years would go by, right? And then someone would come in and review and go, why? This is actually not good. all the work that they put in to, have that happen. And in the end, the internet was full of stuff like that. It was just, let's develop it just to see if we can, right? Hey, what if on an instant messenger you could see the other person's letters being typed out character by character and backspacing if they make an error? Kind of dangerous. I mean, think about now. I'm sure I've done. I wouldn't say I do it all the time, but it does happen where you send a message, a text, or a WhatsApp, or whatever, and you send a message, and this can go really wrong depending on who the people that you've confused are. This can go really wrong. But if you send a message to somebody that was meant for someone else, and you're talking about that person that you've just actually messaged, you've got to delete that shit quick, right? Before the blue ticks, before it says seen, because then you're fucked forever. But can you imagine? I mean, in the days where this ridiculous character by character development happened, where you could see it being typed out, you wouldn't notice the mistake until after you've finished typing your message, at which point the wrong recipient that you've confused has already read the whole thing. It could go on for paragraphs. They're such a dick, you're typing, or whatever it would be. I think I hate them. But yeah, they took that out. They took that out of everything, and I think that was probably for the best. But I haven't thought about that in years. Thank you for bringing that to us, Acapella.
Offset, as the state has mentioned, travel expenses if he moved there, correct?
Right.
He only taught 2 days a week, right?
Yes.
And so that would have given him the opportunity to live in Miami, but for the 2 days a week he needed to be in Tallahassee, he could take plane trips, right?
Yes.
And be here.
Yes.
And if you all had done that, he still could have enjoyed 50% parenting time with his children, right?
That would have been the same, yes.
It wasn't to take him away from the kids.
No.
Chauncey says, during the AOL era, I had someone writing a song about me. What happened? They didn't take that song and go and sell 50 million copies worldwide, did they? Because I do believe that you would be entitled to, not damages. What's the opposite of damages? They should pay.
We're going to talk about relocation more than once, but I just want to make sure I understand how that all came about, okay? So it was, you left the marital home in August or September of 2012?
I think it was September.
Okay, so you separated officially in 2012.
Yes.
By the time he was murdered, almost 2 years had passed.
Yes.
Okay. Do I understand it correctly that somewhere around October or November of 2012 that you interviewed for a job at a law firm in Miami?
I did.
And that was the Grossman firm?
I think it's Grossman and Roth.
Okay. And somewhere around December of 2012, they made you an offer.
They did.
And I don't need to know numbers, but was it substantially more than you were making in Tallahassee?
Sorry.
It was, and it was just more secure.
More secure. Okay. Not more money?
No, it was more money, but it just, more than anything, it was secure money as opposed to grant money that could be taken away.
Okay, so you were a professor also at the law school here in Tallahassee?
I was.
FSU?
Yes.
You were not tenured?
No, I was a clinical professor.
Okay, so being tenured means you have more stability in your job.
Yes, you have more job security.
Job security, okay. And so you got that offer in December, and sometime in January, you told Danny that you had a good job offer, correct?
Yes, I asked to meet with him and we went to get coffee and talk about it.
Okay, and in part of that discussion, you asked him if he would consider all of you, not together, but all of you
Yes.
relocating to Miami, correct?
I did.
And he was going to consider that,
He
correct?
said he was considering it. He wasn't opposed to it.
Okay. You thought it would be good for all of you, correct?
I thought it could be.
Including the boys.
Yes.
So, out of there.
He decided he didn't want to do it, right?
He changed his mind.
But you didn't change your mind, right?
No, I kept going with it.
So you filed a motion
Oh yeah, I mean, it doesn't look actually. It's pretty
for
low
temporary
res though, isn't it?
relocation, and you also amended your petition for dissolution to add relocation.
Yeah, okay, early 60s, I guess that's fair. Still a little bit pruned, if you know what I mean. A little bit, it's all that time picking acorns in the sun. You know, haven't you got a fucking front porch or something?
Correct?
I did.
Okay. At the time that you filed it, did you think you had a good shot at it?
I thought I had a shot. I didn't really know. It would depend on the judge.
Okay. And we'll go back to it later, but I guess on June the 18th of 2000,
What does that mean exactly? I thought I had a shot, singular. I'm highlighting that I mean one, not a bundle of chances. But it would depend on the judge, you know, whether we could get a fair judge that was just and, you know, held his position with honor. You would know all about that, Jackie. Or a corrupt judge that was in the back pocket of Professor Markel.
13, which would be right before your divorce was finalized, right? You had a hearing on your motion for relocation,
Yes.
and the state has already presented in its exhibits a copy of the order, and relocation was denied, correct?
It was.
Okay. And after relocation was denied, you and Danny were able to work out some kind of temporary schedule for the summer?
We were.
Okay. And then you proceeded forward, and there's been discussion, there was a mediation that did not resolve your divorce, but within a few days thereafter, you did come to an agreement with Danny, correct?
We did.
You agreed to all of the issues in the dissolution of marriage.
Hey, Lisa Smith, 7066. See you later, Lisa. Thanks for stopping by.
Right?
Yes.
Including how you were going to share time with him.
Yes.
Was it ever your intention in the dissolution proceedings, from the time that you moved out of your marital home, that you would actually take the children's custody completely away from Danny so that he couldn't see them?
And no.
Did you always want them to be a big part of his life?
Of course.
He loved them and they loved him.
Yes.
Acapella's obsessed with this trial, I think. Yeah. It was true, though. The grandmother's testimony, I think many people, it wasn't exactly high profile. I think many people have never heard of it. But the grandmother's testimony pretty much won the whole thing for the defense, as I recall. Grandmother will be next. Yes, she signed her own death warrant. It's Colin, not Chandler. Yeah, everybody come and join Discord for David Anderson Kirk's fantastic link to the Forensic Linguistics playlist that now has reading materials to study as well. I've just gone and grabbed it. And I haven't clicked on it yet. But I trust that it will be amazing. Link in the description, Discord. Support the channel on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix.
Yes. That's fine. The bailiff will take you all to your room.
I'm not sure it counts as royalties if you're a muse, you know. I think this was a big deal for Linda McCartney and the song Maybe I'm Amazed by Wings. Or was it Paul McCartney solo? You know. Do you know how much fucking money he made out of that? While she was stuck selling vegetarian sausages loaded with palm oil. Can't even, you know, get herself in a position enough to use ethical ingredients. You know, fucking Sumatra, you know, there's like one orangutan left alive, just on his own, probably injured, broken leg, no friends, just stuck up a tree, can't even get down. You know, one day he'll die and just fall out of the tree, crash, and that thud, that single thud, will be the last orangutan ever, right? And why? Because Paul McCartney kept all the money from Maybe I'm Amazed, which, you know, obviously wouldn't have come into existence without Linda. He could have invested. He could have said, listen, you want to sell those sausages? I love those sausages, but the palm oil's got to go. So we can come up with a ethical synthetic product that replaces it. I'll back you. Do you think that ever happened? Did it fuck? Wow.
They can come over here to use it if they need to. Thank you. You all can be seated.
Judge Everett's looking tired. Give the man a marshmallow. Net detective, are you okay? Let's have a look here. Let's try and piece together. Okay, my patience is totally gone. 100. Siren. Now, mad, this case, way, you see my skin now, Jack, Campbell, put out warrant or retire. Yeah. Oh, you know, the man is not worthy of the position he holds. I don't like him. I'm not going to pretend to like him. I'm not going to support that man being in office. Public election. People keep going on about him being worried about an election's coming up, so he's going to have to do... You think that guy gives a fuck about the public election? There's no public election. I mean, there might be. It doesn't fucking matter, obviously. Who would vote him in? And why? Every single thing I've seen him do, you know, I know guys like that. They're full of shit. You know, anyway. Put warrant out or retire. I mean, Yeah, does anyone know? People keep going, oh, the grand jury's going to indict, blah, 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 blah. I'm not into it. I hate that kind of information. But if anyone has it for me now, I'm willing to listen. And where is she anyway? She's in Colorado, Texas. I mean, what's the deal? Christina's going to know. Christina's going to know all those details. Why? Because she's our resident information representative in the Metrix community.
Zalman, if your client does need to use a bathroom break at this point, this would be the opportunity to do so. We'll take a 5-minute break. Hopefully the jurors will be ready at that point. You can step down if you need to.
I'll wait. Thank you.
Everyone can be seated. Ms. Fulford, you may continue with your cross-examination.
Thank you. I have just a bunch of oddball questions at this point. You recall getting emails from your mother
Yes.
and your father,
Well, yes, from both, from the same email.
and I think you had a necklace at some point during that time period that said, never, never, never give up.
I did.
And your parents would sometimes put that in the emails.
Yeah. Here's a tip for parenting coming from someone who doesn't have any kids. Don't fucking instill that kind of motivation incentive in your children by giving them a fucking necklace that says never, ever, ever, ever give up. Translation: force your point until you get your own way. It's good to be able to compromise. It's good to be able to negotiate. It's expected in civilized society. Yes, people will take advantage if you let them, and you need to be shrewd. But you've got to be flexible. Not with everything. But you certainly don't tell them to not be flexible with anything, ever. I mean, few more years, depending on where this all goes for our civilized society, that'll probably be considered child abuse. Which, I don't agree with state decisions. I agree with common sense decisions, and decisions of sound mind and experience. I don't need a law to tell me that. It's fucking ridiculous. Never, ever, ever. Look what happened. Look at the results of that necklace. And it's not just the necklace. And I'm telling you now, that quote, that little quote, that a necklace, I assume it was a locket that was engraved, possibly, I'm not sure. I'd love to see it. I'd love to see that necklace. God, that'd be worth some money, wouldn't it? You think it would? Probably. You could have some nice, what do you call it? Provenance. Some nice, a few of Donna's emails, laid out on a display board, laminated, signed, maybe with a few ticket stubs for a plane trip to Vietnam. Yeah, nice provenance with the locket that says the quote, never, ever, 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 ever give up. But that quote that keeps coming back, keeps being mentioned, is mentioned throughout in emails, Donna's mother, man. Donna's mother. I would really wonder how to learn some more about whoever she was. Because my feeling has always been that this thing that was within Donna and has morphed into a supernova as it's been fed into Wendi. I mean, Wendi's darkness, I don't even, I mean, there is no light. Wendi's lack of light, that's what it is. It's not darkness, is it? It's lack of light. Hey, Wendi, do yourself a... Yeah, that was a really bad time to lose the connection. Why does it keep doing that recently? I think it's maybe a time thing. What time are we? Just about 3 hours. Hey, Acapella, what was the last thing that you could hear me say? Because it got cut off. Yeah, I think we're back. Okay. Yeah, that was a bad time to get cut off, because now I don't know where I was. Acapella, can you tell me what the last... Was I talking about the grandmother? Anyway, I'll just quickly say it again. I want to know more about Donna's mother because I believe that she was the source of all of this fucking poison that's transferred through Donna into Wendi, developed into a supernova of not darkness, but complete lack of light. And Wendi Adelson, my best advice to you is go and do a fucking shadow workshop, you know, a big one, and then go and do a sweat lodge, a big one, and then go and do some ayahuasca, a big one, okay? And then come back, and then, you know, we'll see how you're doing. Anything other than that, shut the fuck up. What else was I going to say? Yeah, because the other thing, right? It wasn't long after the Dan and Wendi's wedding, 2006, February 26, 2006, I think it was 2007, Donna's mother died. And because Professor Markel, within the Jewish faith, was considered a member of the priestly class, a Kohen, whatever that means. What does it mean? Well, it means he was a member of the priestly class. I guess that's kind of a what do you call it? A level. Like if you get enough points, you go up. I don't know how it works. But what it meant for Dan is that because he was a member of the Jewish priestly class, he was not permitted, or it was considered incredibly, well, unacceptable, I think, but at least in extremely poor taste, for him to be in the presence of a decedent or a dead body. I don't know what that would mean for a burial, or if it was just the viewing that he was not that he couldn't attend. Or do they even have, this is what I was asking when I noticed we got cut off, do they have viewings of the dead in a Jewish funeral? Because they cover everything up, don't they? Mirrors and... Or is that the wake? The shiva? Something like that. But, you know, Dan didn't go to the funeral. That's my point, right? And that fucking pissed Donna off. It pissed Wendi off. They did not get it. He explained it to them. I'm a member of the Jewish priestly class. And, you know, it's not considered, it's unacceptable for me to attend any event in the presence of any dead body. Not allowed to be around, you know. So they didn't get that. They chose not to understand. That, you know, seemed to not just widen the rift, but, you know, permanently cast it as, you know, a wedge, just a big old wedge. But again, with the mother. And I would just love to know more about whoever that character was. I'd love to know where she was born, I'd love to know where she died. Everything, you know. There may be a way for us to get that information. It's just kind of sad that you can't just go to Google and say, tell me all about Donna Adelson's mother. You know? We get so used to doing that with many things that when you come to a point where it doesn't exist, it's like, well, what the fuck? It used to be so easy.
It's back to you, correct?
Yes.
I need to know if you recall this. Your parents, you had mentioned when they went out of the country, you used the WhatsApp to communicate with them because it was free of charge.
Yes.
And you could call them free of charge?
Yes.
And you could message with them free of charge?
Both, yes.
Okay. And when your parents would go out of town, do you recall that they had a routine where your mother would take her phone, but your father would not get the plan to travel with? Do you recall that?
That sounds right.
Okay. And wasn't that because if you called the Adelson Institute and you got the answering machine, it was an old-fashioned answering machine, right?
Yes.
And what it gave out if you reached the answering machine was your father's cell phone number.
Yes.
So he didn't want to be contacted when he was out of town, and that's what people would get, right?
Yes.
Okay. The birthday party that's been mentioned for your dad, it was...
JK Dom 3557. Yes. The answer is yes. In fact, the only thing I haven't done is Ibogaine, because I have never been to Central Africa. But everything else in spades. But I don't know if anything was as tough as that fucking sweat lodge, though, man. Or as trippy, Jesus Christ. That was hard.
his 70th birthday.
It was.
And although I don't think it ended up being a surprise, your mom was trying to plan a party for him where he knew his children and grandchildren would be there, but she was trying to surprise him with the friends.
That's right.
Okay. And you might have helped her with some of those preparations.
I think so.
And she planned it for several months, right?
Yes.
And I think one of the things that you got involved with was...
True that, a cappella. Yeah, it was with a shaman. You know. From the Amazon. But in Essex, which is east of central London. You know, on the water. Yeah, it's good. It's good.
Was a caterer that was going to be used to cook paella, I'm not sure if that's how you pronounce it, at the party.
It's not. It was even worse than what regular people say.
It's pronounced paella. I remember on the night of, I speak Spanish, so I spoke with him in Spanish.
Yeah, I speak Spanish. And I also tell people that at any opportunity, even if it's completely inappropriate.
Because I don't think he spoke much English.
And Mommy, your mother didn't speak Spanish, right?
No.
Okay. But you weren't actually making the order and buying it, correct?
No, I didn't pay for anything.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm sorry. It's still Adelson, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Adelson, I'm going to approach and...
Yeah, they call ayahuasca the stem grandmother of psychedelics. So what the fuck do they call DMT? Because I'm telling you, that makes ayahuasca seem like a hand job from an angel.
show you what's been marked just for identification purposes as Defense 49J, and ask you to look at that and tell me if you've ever seen that before.
I have seen this before.
Okay, and that's an email that your father sent to you regarding the appointment that he had made for the TV to be repaired, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And on the front page, you can see where he's forwarding it to you, and it says, "Love, Dad," right?
Yes.
And then he tells you when the appointment's going to be, Friday the 18th between 8 and 12.
You want proof she speaks Spanish? Hey, J.K. Dom, is that... The picture's so small, I can't see. I'm trying to remember the name of the person. Are you in Santa Fe? You might be in Santa Fe. Proof she speaks Spanish. Más paella, señor. Muy bueno, señor. Necesito ayuda con platos, señor. That's the extent, that's the full extent of her Spanish.
Right?
Yes.
And then when you flip, well, now stay on the first page. Do you see down almost 2/3 of the way down where it has the order information and the order creation date?
Yes.
And that date was what?
The order creation date is July 11th, 2014.
Okay. And on the next page, where the problem description is, it says that Harvey called in, stated that the 55-inch TV had some problems, right?
Yes.
Go to the next page. It repeats about the complaint that your father had about what was wrong with the TV.
Wow, that's so funny. J.K. Dom 3557. Yeah, Mrs. D, that's it. I'll call you Mrs. D. That's so funny that you should show up today. Have you not? But you haven't been back for like a year. And you should show up today because our good friend David Anderson Kirk shared with us a forensic linguistics evaluation. And I remember way back in the day, you were doing the linguistics and shared, I've still got your Russell Williams thing somewhere. God, I wonder where that is. And I was thinking about going back to Russell Williams and just doing we looked at the interrogation and we went through and we did some commentary. But I don't think we anywhere near approached doing it justice, right? I think it would be best, especially as our good friend Paul from Reporting Live from My Sofa put out a show about Russell Williams just today. All roads lead here. Great. Yeah, nice to see you again, Mrs. D. And, yeah.
TV, right?
Yes.
If you scroll down, there are some questions under dates submitted, right?
Yes.
Whether the TV is wall mounted,
Yes.
what the size of the TV is,
Yes.
if it's mounted over 6 feet high,
Yes.
if the height of the ceiling,
Yes.
is it eligible for a loaner?
Yes.
Was it installed by the Geek Squad?
Yes.
Is the
In England, people just call it paella. Seriously, everybody. In restaurants, in Spanish restaurants, it's called paella. And the chat goes wild.
product that we're going to service in a place of business?
So I'm saying yes that I see these questions, but the answer to that question is no.
Right.
Okay.
Correct. That's what I was going to point out. So your
Okay.
dad said no to that one, correct?
Right.
Is the product that we are going to service in a place of business, and your dad answered no, correct?
He answered no.
And the next one says what?
Would you be willing to accept a sooner appointment if one became available? And the answer to that one is yes.
Thank you. May I approach? Ms. Adelson, you testified on direct when asked some questions about the name change of your children. You recall those questions?
Yes.
Okay, and I think your testimony was that you officially changed your children's last names a year and a half? What did you say?
I legally changed them a year after Danny's death.
Okay. But after he passed away and you went to Miami, it was time for your oldest child to be enrolled in kindergarten, right?
Yes.
And so what were the ages of the children when Danny was murdered?
They were almost 5 and 3.5.
Okay. And so the 5-year-old was going into kindergarten.
Yes.
And where was the other child going to be? Was he being put in a preschool program?
It was a preschool program.
Okay. And so you went and registered them at the school, correct?
Yes.
And the official registration said Markel for the children's last names, correct?
I believe so.
But because you were going to socially refer to them as Adelson, that's what you asked the school to do as well, right?
Yes.
And so when you went into orientation for the oldest child, I'm trying not to say the name, when you went into orientation for the oldest child for kindergarten, and they had his little nameplate there where he was going to sit at his desk, it said last name Adelson, right?
I honestly don't remember him having a last name on. I remember his first name being there, but I don't remember. I thought they put the first names for the kindergartners.
But you asked the school to refer to him by the last name Adelson.
I did.
Okay.
I did.
And so there was an exhibit that was shown to you where your mother had registered him for an after-school flag football, right?
Right.
And so because the school's knowing his name, that he's being referred to as Adelson, that's why she did that, correct?
Correct.
And the youngest one, where was he going to go? Or where did he go?
He was at a preschool, a private preschool, because he was too young to go to the preschool at the public elementary school.
Okay, and whether it was your mother or your father who wrote the email about signing up and Grandpa's coming with him to, I'm sorry, I'm not Jewish, I didn't understand what that was.
It's okay. Tot Shabbat would have been, like a Sabbath activity where the grandparents would come and sing songs and something like that.
Number 1, Pariah 6-7 says, I think Harvey knew every detail of what went down. Yeah. Yeah, so do I. And it's funny to me that there's still this kind of ambiguity about that within the community, right? There's still people asking the questions. Well, maybe did he just find out after the fact? Well, think about it. Why would you even begin to think that? You know? Because the bump? Because Donna phoned Charlie instead of Harvey? That wasn't due to his lack of knowledge about the plan. That was due to the fuck up. No. I can imagine Harvey being less cocky than Donna and Charlie, and possibly at the plan stages saying, are you sure this is the best idea? Have you thought everything through? Have you got everything in check line, He seems detail orientated. And I know people are going to say that about Donna with her fucking day planner and notes and notes and notes and blah, 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 and interfering, detail orientated, yeah, organization. But from a place of neurosis, She's neurotic as fuck. And neurotic as fuck means less trustworthy. So when the shit blew up, Donna, you remember the phone call? Is Dad home? No, thank God he's working today. So he won't find out about our fuck up that was the very thing that he was worried about when we were at the planning stage, but I strong-armed him because I'm Donna and I'm neurotic. Because you and me, Charlie, are cocky shits. That's why he's, And by the way, what was it, a day, 2, before the Matsuri meeting, where they were going through it all? Did that look like a man who was hearing about it for the first time? No. I think there's a lot of laziness in the wider community. Because I'm sure many people see this question around and, well, was Harvey, did he know? Did he know? If you just take a few minutes, you can find out, it's quite clear. Yeah, he knew everything. Yeah, absolutely. And how long was the planning stage? Over a year. You're going to have Donna Adelson living side by side with Harvey, with the weight, the excitement, the nerves. That'd be too much for Donna to handle, I think, to live that double life in a situation for a year. After 50 years of marriage, he's going to know something's up. She's not good at keeping a lid on it, in terms of this. She might be, keeping a lid on things in things like smiling appropriately at a bar mitzvah and acting like an appropriate member of the Jewish community when she's anything but not this. So where did that question come from? Well, it wasn't a question, it was a statement from our good friend, number 1, Pariah 6-7. I think Harvey knew every detail of what went down. I fully agree.
And so the younger one's also being known as last name Adelson.
Yes.
Okay. Because socially, that's what you wanted them to go forward with.
I thought it would make them safer.
Okay. There was some questions of you on direct about potentially purchasing a home after the divorce was final in 2013. You recall those questions?
I do.
And it was suggested that Charlie convinced you not to do that, right?
That was what was suggested.
But in fact, the reason I think you stated was because you hadn't gotten your settlement yet from Mr. Markel.
Right, I didn't have the money to purchase a home.
And so even though you had been interested in it, you had to notify your realtor that...
It wasn't possible at that time.
Okay. And in the emails that the state introduced and discussed with you, where your mother is making lots of suggestions.
I really want to ask Acapella how he feels about tarragon. And he misspelt cilantro. I thought you were talking about another psychedelic. Psychedelics are fine, Stay away from PCP. If you stay away from PCP, you should be all right.
Mostly after relocation was denied, of things that you could do like...
Gil Scott Heron told us angel dust, right? Maybe we'll have Gil Scott Heron play us out today with angel dust. Or any of his other million classics.
Tell Danny you're going to raise them as Catholics, you're going to have them baptized as Catholics. All of those suggestions she was making, correct?
Yes.
She wasn't actually suggesting you do it. She was wanting you to use that as a means of negotiating with Danny, right?
That's my understanding.
That if he thought maybe you were going to do these things, he would reconsider the issue of relocation, correct?
Correct.
I've just realized who that is, Maya. Maya Rodriguez Sorensen, Esquire. Because your name is so long, I thought it was just a jumble. But it's not. Have you got every letter of the alphabet in your name? Well, there's no B. That was an early fail. It's terrible when you go the whole way through, isn't it? And you get to Y and you're looking, it's not there. I mean, it is for you, obviously, Maya, but in a different case, it might not be.
You testified that your mother hated Danny at the time that he was killed. Do you remember saying that?
I believe I said that.
But the week before he died, your mother was babysitting for Danny, wasn't she?
Yes,
And nothing but pleasantries between the two of them.
that's right.
And
I
in
mean,
fact, she actually made him banana bread specifically the way he liked it, right?
it was his favorite.
Without nuts, but with chocolate chips.
That's right.
But you think she hated him,
I think she was mad at him.
mad at him. There's a difference between being mad at someone and hating them, isn't there?
There is.
I think you testified that, and there may have been an email that suggested it, that you would have never left Danny if not for your mom and maybe brother's suggestions. Did you say that?
I think she's doing that double time shift thing again. I would have never left Danny had it not been for my mother and brother's suggestions. Those suggestions being in the first place to marry him. I would have never left him if I hadn't married him. And I would have never been with him at all if it had not been for my mother's suggestions to do so. These like, it's just like an ugly bag of snakes, isn't it? All tied up, all knotted. Oh.
I don't think that was exactly right. I think it was, I probably wouldn't have left.
Mimi.
Kind of suggesting that maybe I would have wanted to, but wouldn't have had the strength or wherewithal to leave on my own.
Okay, isn't it true that each year, maybe not every year, but many years, yourself and Danny
Wouldn't have had the strength or wherewithal to leave on my own. Well, why not? You're an academic in your mid-30s with 2 children. You can drive, you can walk, you're in reasonable health about from your fucking alcohol intake and possible, chlamydia. Why not? Why don't you grow the fuck up? Yeah? What she actually means is, I saw an opportunity that instead of me doing things, others would do them for me. I saw that there would be a lot that I could get from others if I demonstrated that I did not have the strength or wherewithal to leave alone. You're pathetic. You're like a shitbag fucking kid that doesn't want to get a job and just wants to eat everything in the fridge and leave their fucking plate in the sink. Or not even in the sink, just on the counter. Yeah, What? Yeah, you've got a busy day, haven't you? You've got a busy day not working. What are you going to do now? Go back to bed, you piece of shit? Get out of my house. That's exactly the kind of mentality, right? And then, oh, can I have some money? Great, yeah. Could I borrow $20? What the fuck do you mean borrow? When are you going to give it back? I'm going to get a job.
Would
When?
you fin-
I'm looking for a job. I'm doing my job search upstairs. Really? It's exactly the same. And somehow, in some twisted, pathetic, self-deceptive bullshit way, she's managed to find a way to not be utterly ashamed, to actually be proud. Twisted motherfucker. Right. Wendy, what is it now? We have to put you in a shadow workshop. A big one. A sweat lodge. A big one. And then go and smoke some cilantro and, you should be all right.
finish the school session here at FSU College of Law, you would go down to Coral Springs or Miami, whichever they were at, and you would spend almost 2 weeks with your parents, right?
Yes.
And that would be yourself and Danny when it was just you, right?
Yes.
And then after you had the children, all of you went down there, correct?
Yes.
Well, in fact, what really happened was in the summer of 2012, when you decided that you were going to leave Danny, Danny was down there with you, correct?
Yes.
And the children were there too?
Yes.
And they were young. How old were they?
In 2012, they would have been 2 and 3.
Okay. And Danny was there, and you actually asked your mom if she'd go out to coffee with you. You remember that?
I don't remember that.
And you told her then that you were going to leave Danny and get a divorce, didn't you?
That sounds right.
Got to interrupt here for, I need to help Ruth Ann. Ruth Ann needs assistance, guidance. Or maybe not, I've only read the very beginning of the comment. Let's go through the comment together, Ruth Ann. Who really thinks that Donna watched the boys for Dan and baked him banana bread? I think Wendy made it all up. Or they both did. We'll say such and such and they won't suspect us. Yeah, that never happened. It absolutely never, ever happened. There's no question about it. No one believes it. No one's out there thinking, yeah, no, she probably did. No, banana bread. Yeah. But it doesn't matter to them that no one believes it, because it's a statement that they're putting on the record. And the only other witness to it truly is the decedent, Professor Markel. It's not exactly something that can be proven didn't happen in terms of, legal finding, or you know what I mean? Defining. Well, it can't be found to have been proven or not, right? There's no way. But we all know the truth, and it's not a question. I'm thankfully that will not be one of the Adelson myths, because with all of the stuff people come and ask about to me, which isn't much. I generally see it around. It's not really directed at me, thank fuck. But we still got to do the Adelson. What is it? Mythbusters. But that's not one of them, because it's not even credible in the slightest, even for the simps, right? Even in the community, the huge community of simps that are interested by this case, that are going around saying, well, the car was like Jeff Carr, Prius, those guys, you've all seen them. They're wandering around, gormless expression, lost. Laziness, they just haven't taken the time. But that's why we need to take the time together in this group, in this channel, in this community.
But I don't remember that.
Okay, and in fact, she suggested counseling to you, and you told her you guys had already been in counseling and it didn't work. Isn't that right?
We had been in counseling and it hadn't worked, but again, this sounds like something that could have happened, but I just don't remember the coffee.
Okay. There was also questions of you, several questions about your interview with law enforcement the day that Danny was shot. You recall those questions from the state?
I do recall the questions.
And they were pointing out things that you had said about your family, your parents, Charlie. You remember those questions?
I do.
Isn't it true that when you were interviewed by law enforcement, what you said initially was that Danny's parents were going to think that you're the one who did it, right?
I did say that.
I wanted to talk about the relocation a little bit.
Acapella, have you seen the reports or the YouTubes on Salvia Divinorum? Because that used to be just available in the shop. And the thing with Salvia Divinorum is it comes in a variety of strengths, right? I don't know. I think the top one that was available in there was 100. So it was like 20, 30, 50, 75, I don't know. You know, there was like maybe 5 ranges of strength in the 100. Obviously, the higher number, they were stronger. And in terms of freaky shit, the one that was legally available is the only one I felt like I should, at some point, just didn't want to go back to that. The legal one, unbelievable.
So you have a relocation hearing on June the 18th. Does that sound right?
2013?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. And
Mixed Green Alien, hello, welcome back. I'm taking out my notepaper right now. Mixed Green Alien says, I don't believe the whole puking at the restaurant. What don't you believe? The fact that she puked at all? Or the reason that she vomited at the table? Which is it, Mixed Green? Because oh no, poison banana bread. I believe she likes cliche situations. I believe she's a chronic alcoholic. I believe that she was under pressure and stress. And those things together, they only take, it's like the straw on the camel's back, right? If you've got fucking anxiety, butterflies in your stomach thing going on, just in general, over a month, not just for the murder, but for the realization that you're now living under the same roof as your fucking neurotic mother that you despise. You heard the the disdain in her what the hell do you call that? That podcast thing she did about the book, not a book, short story thing. A lot of frustration, plus hard liquor, and there is zero chance, that Wendi Adelson went to that restaurant with Charlie without having a quantity of vodka, something, before going. She did not go to that restaurant sober. She got there, big martinis, $45 martinis. Is that even that much anymore? I mean, I have no idea what drinks cost in the States. But this is 2014, so quite a while ago. Been a lot of inflation since then, huh? Yeah. No, I believe that I know the truth, that I've been holding in for about a year or more. It was June before last was, how long? I mean, it's unbelievable. But I have never heard anyone say this, and I don't know why. It's fucking obvious to me. You know why? Because the larger part of the community, the simps, keep some of the central falsehoods alive. And I really want to do this in the Mythbuster episode, not right here. Yeah, but I mean, we didn't get very far with our goal. Yeah, was it not a good goal? If anyone wants to support our goal, well, it's getting late now, but that's okay. Yeah. So I don't dispute that she threw up at the restaurant. What did you say down here? You believe she likes cliche situations. Yeah. That serve a purpose. What would be the benefit to making that up? There's nothing that she does where you can always see the end benefit that she's going for with whatever she does. What would be the benefit of Wendi Adelson making up a story that she threw up at a posh restaurant? And Charlie's recount of her throwing up, apart from him reciting what the surrounding conversation was at the time, just before she threw up, that's what we're going to be going into on the Mythbuster episodes. Maybe we'll try again with the goal tomorrow. I mean, bit by bit, just takes time. Hey, that's all we've got is time, right? Yeah, I don't dispute that she threw up at the restaurant. But if anyone wants to venture forth an idea or opinion about why she... Oh, is this it? Mixed Green Alien says she claimed not eating for a month due to being scared, which is a lie. She was not scared when she knew they are a part of the plan. No. Hang on. Which is a lie. She was not scared when she knew they were a part of the plan. Well, she was, actually. I mean, it would be stressful, All that shit with Jeff Lacasse, the Pepto-Bismol incident. That's when the killers were in town on the first trip. When everything was set. She had a stress sick stomach, twisty, you know. It's probably happened to everyone, right? Stress. Man, so many comments that I just can't keep up. Just D Joy 5263 says, I think Donna may have baked banana bread in the past, but not during heights of the divorce that are pathological liars. Well, you know, who cares? She may have baked fucking Black Forest Gatto for all I care. Probably. I mean, they made a big show of knowing what his favorite banana bread was, right? What was it? With chocolate chips, not with nuts. I've never put either in banana bread. It's just banana, you know? And it's fine. It's absolutely fine. I like it like that. Simple. Simple textures. Simple flavors. Of course, the majority of recitations of trip reports from the website Aeroid. God, I remember that one. You just reminded me of a case that might be interesting to cover from Kansas. I'll wait until we speak to Riding Shotgun again. She's up in Vermont at the moment, but in Kansas. I don't know if anyone's heard of, what's that girl's name? She used to have this channel way back in the early stages of YouTube, like 2006, maybe, around that time. Crystal something. What was her name? Crystal something. Just this young girl in Kansas. And she had a YouTube channel talking about illicit substances, yeah? The effects, the dangers, the laws, and whatever. Just informative channel about substances. But her background was quite interesting because she was involved with these guys that bought a disused, derelict, I'm not exactly sure what it was. It was like a nuclear bunker underground. And they turned it into this giant LSD factory, basically, where they were making all of this stuff. But they lived in there as well. And she lived in there. And there was crazy shit that went down. And there was police, people were on the run and like cutting their legs off or something. I forget. I saw a documentary about it on the Vice, the magazine Vice, or the publication. And that was years ago that I heard about that. But there's quite a lot of information out there. That would make a change, huh? Maybe someday. I got too much to do to think about that.
Leading up to that hearing, you notified your mother by email that because she was going to be testifying in court, she would need to wait outside that hearing, correct?
I don't remember that, but that if she was supposed to be a witness, then she couldn't be present for the hearing.
May I approach, Your Honor? I'm going to show you, oh my goodness, I can't read that. I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes of Defense Exhibit 49B. If you could just read that for me, please, to yourself.
Do you want me to read to the end?
No, ma'am, I'm just looking for where you told your mother, get you to agree that you said to her, because you are testifying in court, Mom, you won't be able to sit in on the hearing with me. Is that what you said?
Sorry to interrupt again, guys. I just want to answer Mixed Green Alien again, who's further trying to give support for the idea that Wendi Adelson did not vomit on the table and that it was made up. A mixed green alien cites the opinion of also Wendi, always playing the victim with many ulterior motives. Yeah. But can you name one single moment or example that's verified of Wendi playing the victim where she also made herself, I don't know how to describe it, an embarrassing thing? It's not a good look. It's not a happy story to report to anybody. I threw up all over the fucking table in a posh restaurant. We were dressed nice. Everyone in there was a millionaire, whatever, It's not a good look. Wendi doesn't put herself in a bad light, ever. I can't think of a single example that any of her lies have had a double edge that also degrades her. Not once. I really, I believe, because of what I know about the reason that she threw up, it's perfectly believable to me that she did. I don't see why she would make that up. You say, play the victim with ulterior motives. If Wendi needs to play the victim, she does not need to create a story about throwing up at the restaurant. She's got a whole bag of tricks to play the victim to anybody in a way that doesn't also degrade her. So I don't know why you're pushing it. Is it just to dispute Wendi's assertion, testimony? Or do you have, say you're right, what do we do then? I mean, it doesn't really seem that there's a purpose in disputing it. But if you can show me the purpose, I'm happy to. I'd be more than happy. I'd be very interested to look at it again.
Yes, but I can have Dad there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Come and get it from you.
Okay.
She admits to not showering or washing her hands. I mean, she was aware that she was being taken in as I don't know if you'd call primary suspect. I suppose you would call primary suspect. Primary just meaning initial, first, in a murder investigation that she knew a gun was used. Or, had probably knew a gun was used. Seems like the obvious choice, right? She knew that gunshot residue tests, swabs will be done on her hands. She didn't clean her car either. You know, I think you're saying this as examples that she also degrades herself. Well, I would say that it's less degrading than throwing up at a fucking dinner table, all over the table in a posh restaurant. Definitely. And I would also say that there is a far clearer reason, essential. She even says, oh, I was going to clean the car this week, but I'm glad that I didn't now because it might have looked like I was cleaning up a crime scene. You know, she was fully aware, despite her little doe-eyed fucking, what do you call it? Naivety to the forensic technician who came into the interrogation room and got all ready to take the swab. She was like, oh, what is GSW? Or GSR? What is GSR? Gunshot residue? Oh, okay, whatever. I didn't even wash my hands. Oh, you have a very hard job. You're very good at it. You have a very calming energy. You know, she knew full well that she was anticipating to have her hands swabbed. And, you know, as far as the cops are taking the news, have you washed your hands today? Yes, it was the last thing that I did before I was taken here. So you have washed yourself after he was shot. You see what I mean? It's good for the cops to go, hey, your fucking hands are filthy? Great, so it definitely wasn't you. And you could go to that, well, she could have had gloves. I don't know. I don't know if gunshot residue goes through gloves. I mean, I think if you fire a gun, it's not just on your hands, right? It's you know, a cloud. It's probably on your face, especially a revolver, I would think. I don't know. Maybe Harley knows. How you doing, Harley? Hey, we're going to be warming up to have a look at the charge card theory, Harley. I'm going to have to go back and review your video presentation with Judy. It is Judy with a D, right? Because no matter what, I always get it wrong. If I think it's Julie, it's Judy. No, I think it is Julie with an L, right? You see? This always happens. I'll just say AA Legal Focus. Yeah, might like to use a couple of snippets of it, Harley. Do you think I should reach out to AA Legal Focus? You know, and get her name right? Make a request. Yeah, that'd be the polite thing to do. That'd be the gentleman thing to do. Oh, it is Judy. You see? I always get it wrong. And then even when I correct myself, like I just did, I said Judy, then I doubted. I'm writing it down. Judy with a D. Got to think of an associated word that begins with the letter D. Donna. Dan Markel. That'll do. Yeah. What's the best way to reach out to her, Harley? Is it aalegalfocus@gmail.com or should I just send a comment on YouTube? I never know how to the best way to go with that. Or maybe you could give me an email or give her mine, you know. I don't know.
Sometime in April of 2013, so that would be not long before your divorce was final, you took a trip. I don't know if you were speaking there or someone else was, but you took a trip out of town with a gentleman named Miguel. Do you recall that?
I don't recall the trip, but I was seeing Miguel at the time.
Yeah, the live stream. Is it about Wendy's lies? I mean, you know, in general, I mean, everything she says is a lie, pretty much. But, you know, I just want to scan through Mick Screen because I'm curious if there's somewhere he's going with this that I haven't seen. He said he didn't know of any time when Wendy lied and made her look bad. So, yeah. But you see that throwing up at a dinner table is quite a lot worse. You know, if you go to Yeah, I think we're back. Sorry about that, guys. I don't know why that happens. I'll try and... it never used to happen. But now it is happening frequently, and I don't like it. So apologies for that. What was I saying? Yeah, I just was going to further inquire about mixed green aliens. Mixed green alien said he, meaning me, said he didn't know of any time when Wendy lied and made herself look bad. Yeah. And you've cited not washing her hands or showering that day. What I'm saying to you is, do you see the difference if you go to someone who you consider, you know, your superior or someone in authority, a cop, your boss, a doctor, you know, whatever it is. And you say, I'm sorry, I haven't washed my hands. And depending on what you've been doing, that's really not bad. If you have, for instance, been helping a cow to give birth, that's one side of the spectrum, right? That's high level. That's way up. That's like you need to go to the bathroom immediately, okay, and wash your fucking hands. You should have done it at the barn. But if all you've done is drive around town, pick up some bullet bourbon, maybe not pump gas, you know, it's really not that big of a deal. It's much worse of a deal than to have to admit to someone that you projectile vomited all over the fucking table in a posh restaurant. Which one of those do you think would create a greater feeling of embarrassment or shame? Because that's not even really a question, obviously. Not washing your hands is nowhere near the level of degradation. You know, it's not as degrading as throwing up on the table. Same with the showering. I mean, you could say that her entire outfit that day, murder morning, the clothes, the hair, the flip-flops, or whatever, totally unmade, like an unmade bed, a forgotten bed. You know, that also had a purpose. She knew she was going to be photographed. And just from her facial expression alone, she wanted that photograph that she knew would be a part of history and a part of how she is looked at. She wanted to be a mess, freaked out, too distraught to give a fuck about her appearance, right? But that's a situation where she fully anticipated going into the police station, having her fucking gunshot residue swabbed, having a photograph taken, being questioned about, the car as well. The car, she kept going on about the car. The car hasn't been cleaned. I'm glad I didn't. I was going to clean it this week, but I'm glad I didn't now because it would have looked like I was cleaning up a crime scene. So, the comment where he said he didn't know of any time where Wendi lied and made herself look bad. There are degrees, there's a spectrum to that, and throwing up at the fucking dinner table, projectile vomiting at the dinner table, all over the table, in a posh restaurant, is at a complete other side of the spectrum than not washing your hands. And it's very easy to say not washing our hands had a major motive. And it's not clear to me what would the motive be for lying about throwing up at the dinner table. And I'm sorry, it's just not enough to go, well, there could be many reasons. If there's not a reason to question something, work on the other things. Work on the other things that we've got a reason for. Aside from the fact, I believe it. I believe she threw up at the dinner table. But I'm not able to share, what's coming out as soon as we get the Mythbusters out. Because that should really have its own show. But we'll get there. We hope. Keep an eye out for it, Mixed Screen. Because Mythbusters, I think we're going to change the landscape. Because what is this? If you take the entire community of people that are into the Adelson case, want to see the witnesses, have seen the interrogation 1,500 times, blah, 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 talk about it, forums, Reddit, blah, 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 all these communities of channels. I mean, how many people is that? I don't know. But what's the percentage of that group that are simps? Complete simps. It's high. It's fucking high. It's probably more than 85%, I'd say. At least 80%. Anyway, let's try and get through. I just want to see if Mixed Green, because this is a really interesting conversation. Mixed Green, or is it possible she exaggerates, like feeling nauseous is now throwing up? Who knew? Who knows? I'm just adding to the convo, not dying on any hill. Yeah. Not far off that. I'm playing, Yeah. No, it's great. It's great to know what people are thinking. Know about what the questions people are asking. Just on their own, just out there, fighting the crowd. Harley's thing that we're going to be going through as well, the charge card theory. That's got, the thing I like about that, I'm still undecided. But through the exercise of establishing what the credibility is for the charge card theory, you run into other questions about other elements that, for the large part, from the community of simps, have been accepted, never questioned, with absolutely no evidence. That's amazing to me. But that's what you get when you deal with simps. And they'll all die off one day. The thing is with simps, right, is that they don't really care. They don't really care about what they're doing. All they care about is that it's hype. You know, and for that selfish reason, I hope Wendi isn't arrested soon. Okay, it's not the most popular idea. But basically, if she's arrested soon, there won't be enough time for the hype to die down, right? Still going. We're still fucking feeding the machine as well. Which, you know, I don't agree with. But, you know, we really need to at the moment. But yeah, when it can all die, and then the Christmas break, the courts shut down. Courtney Clenny's going to take some heat off as well. A bunch of the simps, they'll go straight there. A lot. Big high-profile case, OnlyFans murder, crazy fucking drunk girl with all those videos of her screaming in the house. You know, I mean, in terms of how it's publicized, it would be considered higher profile than the Adelson case. But, you know, the thing that's special about the Adelson case is that it builds a following, retains a following. Next case builds on the following that's already been retained. Then they're retained. It steps. It goes up and up and up. So it's like a wave, right? Courtney Clenny, you know, not so much. But in terms of publishing, in publicizing, it's I'd say it's considered higher profile. And the simps are gonna fucking eat that up, man. You know. But what does that mean for True Crime Metrix? We're gonna have to go over there as well, aren't we? You know. And listen to the fucking screaming goons. So glad oh, hang on. I still don't believe that photo doesn't exist anywhere in FBI records. It would be nice to know at least what animal it actually was, assuming it wasn't a hallucination. What are we talking about? Have you been smoking the cilantro again? Yeah, I'm not going to be pushing it, Pariah, the charge card theory. Like I said, I was pushing against it for a while, quite, well, you know, somewhat vocally. But then, you know, I can't remember if I was chatting with Harley or if it was after I'd seen his interview, or I don't know if you know, the chat he had with Judy. But something really piqued my interest. But I think it's going to be a great thing to go through together. I don't know if it's going to be a Mythbuster or not. Probably be something we do at the end of Mythbusters. Anyway, how much longer have we got on this fucking video? What time are we? 6:49. I got to drive to Spain today, you believe that? Oh, there's half an hour left. What about if we put it on fast speed? $1.5.
You do recall the trip?
Well, I was seeing Miguel at the time, but I don't know what the trip was in April of 2013. I don't remember that. Can you tell me where we went?
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to get that.
Okay.
Yeah, right, the owl. The lion owl. And as far as I remember, I don't remember Katie McBanower ever stating, because she's the one that saw the picture and called him up and said, take that down. Does anyone remember if she has been asked herself to say, what was the animal in the picture you said take down?
Puerto Rico, does that sound familiar?
It was a clinical law professor conference. There's one every year, and that year it was in Puerto Rico.
Okay, and did you speak at that, or you were there to get credit hours or something?
No, I spoke.
Oh, God damn it. We went over 4 hours again. Been trying to keep it down to 3.
May I approach, Your Honor? I'm going to now show you what's been marked for identification purposes as Defendant's Exhibit 1E, and it's dated April the 28th of 2013 and addressed Dear Renee. You don't need to read it all, but would you familiarize yourself with your communication there, please?
That's frustrating, isn't it, Acapella? I mean, I really can't remember. I don't think, I do not think that she was ever asked what animal it was, which is annoying. I mean, do we know that it was an actual animal and not like a piece of graffiti? If it were a piece of graffiti, could a lion be confused with an owl? Possibly, if it were a sort of pseudo-impressionist piece. Modernism, postmodernism.
Okay, I've read a little bit. Do you want me to?
That's okay.
Okay.
I'll point out any sections that I wanted to discuss with you. Would you agree that you wrote this on April the 28th of 2013?
Yes, it looks like I dated it.
Okay, and that's to Renee.
Yes,
And you're coming back from your trip to Puerto Rico.
yes,
And while you were on this trip, your parents were taking care of the boys, correct?
yes.
Okay. And on the first page, down towards the bottom, you have some bullet points about what you would like to do to resolve your divorce, correct?
Well, I think it was.
Yeah, lion to owl is almost as, not quite, almost as an offensive, stretch of non-associates than, hey, what are you in the mood to eat tonight? Oh, I'm in the mood for sushi or pizza. It's been a while since we discussed that, hasn't it? There are no two foods that are more different. And you would never, if you were in the mood for one, you would never, ever be in the mood for the other. Why? Because aside from the rice, sushi is pretty light, delicate, cold, fresh. How else would you describe it? You would describe it with a bunch of words, and none of them would be used to describe pizza, either singularly or in the collective. Pizza is heavy, stodgy, greasy, cheesy, salty, you know, bready. It's the most ridiculous thing. Sushi or pizza. It really sums up the fucking disconnect in her brain, doesn't it?
It's not just about my divorce. It was kind of about how I wanted to be living my life overall.
Like, does anyone think that she might have just fucking whacked her head or something? You know? Maybe that's what we should try and do again. Imagine that. We just grab her, you know, head and, I don't know, slam it. Slam it onto a, you know, I don't know, a wall, and suddenly she turns into a human being.
Yeah, I was trying not to get into the personal information, but that's right. This entire email is really about changes you want to make in your life, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the last bullet point down at the bottom, it says, I've been coming to a place in the last few months where I have realized that I want to keep my job. It allows me the maximum amount of flexibility to spend with my kids while allowing the freedom for intellectual exploration, one-on-one mentoring with students, and meaningful work in the community. I don't care that Jibbers told my colleagues that I stole from him and that I am mentally ill. Nasty things are said in divorce, and people know that, right?
Yes.
Tallahassee isn't ever where I wanted to live, but it's where the job is. And it's where my boy's father is, which means they don't have to constantly be flying on planes or driving in cars to accomplish our custody situation, right?
Yes.
So you have the pending petition and motion for relocation, but as of April the 28th, you're starting to think maybe staying in Tallahassee is the right thing to do, correct?
Yes.
And then this goes on. Third page is, now you're writing on May the 2nd of 2013, correct?
Yes.
A little different subject, but if you go to the next to the last page of that exhibit, see where it starts, wait, it's me again?
Yes.
Okay. The paragraph after that, I wanted to ask you about this. It says, on Sunday morning, we're supposed to sit on the same stage. You're referring to Mr. Markell, correct?
Yes.
In full regalia and clap for the graduating law students. I love graduation, and the Jibbs has never attended because it's normally on a Saturday morning and he is at synagogue. Correct?
Yes.
And then you say it's on Sunday this year and I have the boys and the dean wants all faculty to attend, so I need to. It's only 2 hours and my mom can watch the boys during that time. Correct?
Yes.
So it was fairly routine then for you to get your mother or both parents' assistance when you had somewhere that you needed to be and someone needed to take care of the children, correct?
Yes.
Sorry, Judge, I have so many papers up here.
Blame Zellman.
May I approach? I'm going to exchange with you, Ms. Adelson. I'll take that one back and then show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 1G for identification purposes. Could you review that to yourself, please?
Okay.
I'm not sure if this was to Renee or not. Yeah, you mentioned Renee. So this is on June the 4th of 2013, correct?
Yes.
And we're approaching the hearing date on the relocation motion, which is set for June the 18th, right?
Yes.
And in here, you're expressing some concerns over what you've been through in the divorce. But you said, and I think the state referred to this, that Mr. Markell had sent you a long message about how you could be doing all of the divorce stuff so differently in the spirit of love and joy, where we get together and talk about our vision for the boys and for our future. And I won't say what you said after that, but at this point, you're kind of agreeing with him. You want to do it peacefully, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you talk about the one alternative is you could call Gary. Now, Gary is the gentleman who was kind of offering you a position in Miami, right?
Gary was a partner at the law firm where a position was offered to me.
Okay, and your plan was to have him come and testify at the relocation hearing about the job that he would be giving you if you relocated there, correct?
Yes.
And you had other people who were going to testify there as well on your behalf, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so you say one alternative is you call Gary and say, I've changed my mind. I don't think it's best for my kids to move them to South Florida. I appreciate you saving the job for me, but I'm not going to come to South Florida, correct?
Yes.
And then you say, you call your brother and say, I love you, Charlie, but I'm going to stay in Tallahassee. I know you don't agree with my decision, but that's what's best for me and the kids right now. I hope one day you'll understand. That was something else you're considering, correct?
Right.
And then call your parents and say basically the same thing. And if they wanted to come up anytime and visit you and the boys in Tallahassee, they were free to do so, right?
Yes.
But that's like they've always been doing, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you think if you take relocation off the table, that it will give you an opportunity to discuss things with Mr. Markell and hopefully work them out, right?
Yes.
On the next page, you talk about what the alternative vision is, and that's what you currently have planned, which is to have Gary fly up to testify at the hearing, right?
Yes.
Your mom would testify, right?
Yes.
They would fly up and spend days with you, correct?
Yes.
You expected at that time the hearing would last 1 to 2 days, right?
Yes.
And you were concerned that you would go through all of that, spending more money, being more stressed. And then you say, for the chance to save face with my family and to be given an opportunity I don't actually want, to live with them in South Florida. That's what you said, right?
Well, I say an opportunity I don't actually want with all of my heart, but maybe part of it,
Okay.
to live with them in South Florida.
All right. And then you say, so I am willing to put myself through all of this just to keep up appearances with my parents and brother that I want to be living down in South Florida or down south with them, even though I don't want to. That's what you said, right?
I say even though I don't want to give up my current flexible job where I get to spend maximum time with my kids so I can be with them.
Okay. And that was June the 4th of 2013, right?
Yes.
Yeah, how'd that work out? Maximum time with the kids, non-negotiable. Point one, it's there for a reason. That is our main focus. You know, and it will also be important for the kids to spend time, all time, with their grandmother. I'm meeting Julio, the pool boy, for lunch.
And what you end up choosing was the second alternative, correct?
I went through with the hearing.
Okay. And I think, let me find it. May I approach, Your Honor?
Don't forget, guys, we are about 10 minutes away from the final moments of tonight's show. And the great news is, you can support the channel on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix. You may not get another chance. I mean, you could go out of your house tomorrow and be hit by a bus. And where would that support go then? Funeral expenses? You know, just, cancel the open bar.
To show you what's already been introduced into evidence as State's Exhibit 60. Let's see if I can figure out their lettering system. That would be Y. I'll take this and let you take this book.
Okay.
And if you would review that pleading, or this order that the court entered, please.
Okay.
Have you had an opportunity to review that?
Yes.
So you went in.
Pauline Hesselgrave. Well, there's a name I would have remembered if I'd ever seen it before. Who are you? Pauline says, I think Wendi called Katie the morning she was at Roadblock because when Hitman called Katie, she said she no damn would shoot. Mm-hmm.
Fucking A, bro. I'm gonna fucking fuck up whoever the fuck you fucking with me.
Boom! Pariah! Welcome back, Pariah. Can't wait for Mythbusters. It's gonna be rich It's going to be grey, and it's going to stay with you for the rest of your life. Mythbusters, Adelson. Pauline. Well, I'll get to it on the Mythbusters. This will be included. Welcome to the show, Pauline. Thank
This
you
hearing,
for your
and
time.
Gary ended up coming, correct?
He did.
And he testified, right?
Yes.
And you gave some testimony, correct?
Yes.
And what happened was the judge kind of called a timeout, right?
I don't remember a timeout.
At some point, she wanted to speak to counsel. Is that right?
I'm sorry, I don't remember that part of her speaking to counsel.
Do you remember the judge making some comments about the children hadn't been harmed, and since he hadn't pulled out their toenails?
I do remember the toenail comment, yes.
So she wasn't leaning towards relocation, correct?
No.
Okay, so even though you had other witnesses, you didn't proceed with the hearing, right?
Well, I think we had the hearing and the judge decided.
You didn't call all your witnesses, did you?
I don't remember.
If you look at the order, it says order on wife's petition to relocate with the minor children. And then it says what the court orders and adjudges. The court does not find that the wife has met her burden of proof that a relocation is in the best interest of the minor children. You see that?
Yes, number one.
Yes. And your mother actually stayed outside for the testimony of that hearing with your dad, correct?
I don't remember, but I remember asking her to stay outside if she was going to testify.
Okay. And you came outside at some point and told your parents that relocation was denied, correct?
Correct.
And it's after this hearing when
The I knew statement, you know, you have to go through it from the very top, right? Who reports that statement? Primarily it's Luis Rivera, who is not on the call. The call is not on speaker. He can hear it, because I imagine that you could hear Katie's fucking voice through a phone call from the other side of the road sitting in a different car. She's just got that tone. Now, I'm not saying that he's mistaken. I'm saying that in the range of possibilities, it would exist. I don't believe, I believe she said, I know. Then you have to go to what she meant. Did she mean, I know because I have been told from an independent source? Or did she mean, I know in the sense of, I know from the tone of your voice because I've got 2 kids with you and I've been with you for 10 or 12 years? It would seem that the more likely would be that she had already been informed from an independent source. Then you have to look at the timing of the call. I think it was about 12:30, right? Which was about 90 minutes after the shooting on Trescott, I believe. You see, this is what I've got to fucking spend all this time doing it. You know, because I'm going on memory, which is probably bang on. But if I'm going to present it in a Mythbuster episode, I've got to go and get all the details. It's going to be a lot of work. We need an extra pair of hands. And maybe all you in the chat don't understand French, but there's a little thing in this world called finance. Okay? Look at this goal. 0. With only 18 minutes left. Oh no, we're never gonna climb that mountain today. So, but tomorrow we're learning French. Got it? Yeah. So the timing of the call is about 12:30. Now, what was going on at Trescott at 12:30? Coincidentally, that is right around the time, give or take 5 minutes. I think it might have been a little bit before 12:30. I'm not 100%. Got to go to the fucking files. Got to get the records. Time. Finance. Okay, so the cops are there. They've set up the fucking perimeter. There's police tape. Investigators are on scene. Markel's been taken to the hospital. Isom's on scene. You know, shit's going on. What I don't know that has ever been reported is when news vans arrived, right? What time they arrived, whether they were allowed in, whether they were on the outside of the perimeter. You know, we know that they were there at, you know, some point. Wouldn't have been too much later than that, because when Jane got to the interrogation room, which was what, maybe 4 or 5 o'clock in the evening, she'd pulled up the article, picture of the house taken that day. She'd seen something on the news. I don't know what it was. Was there a helicopter? Was something being broadcast? That I'm not sure of. Right? Now, apparently, from her records, Wendi, pretty much all the way from her residence on Arkway Ridge to the infamous K-turn on Trescott, the entrance to Trescott, continuing down Centerville, over to ABC Liquors, all that time, apparently, she was on the phone. Now, until this trial, I had been operating under the belief that she was having a phone call via the WhatsApp application to a friend in England. Okay? And that's important because England is not in the jurisdiction of Florida or the United States in general. But something that came up at trial, Donna's trial, was that apparently WhatsApp only started allowing to make voice-to-voice calls, like phone calls, after 2015, I think. Which would mean that on murder day, that feature wouldn't have been available, and if she were on a phone to someone in England, it would have been through a regular cell phone network, and it wouldn't have been free. So, you know, it's just interesting. I had a thought that a bit like the charge card theory. Now, Wendi wouldn't have had to say to her friend in England, hey, you know, can you tell my family in Miami, could you call them up and say that we think the murder's been done? You know, but she could find a way to push that person to make a call, any call. Oh, can you give my mom a ring? She said a check, a rebate check arrived, something to do with your tuition. If for some reason it's gone to her address, but it's for quite a substantial amount. She's there now. I've told her to wait for your call. Here's her number, you know. And if Wendi wanted to send an affirmative message, whatever that might mean in the coded message, get him to make a call. A coded message to the negative is no call, in which case she just doesn't mention anything, right? There's a way to use that third party as an accessory without their knowledge, right? And as far as subpoenaing records, them being in England, the United States doesn't have a right to do that. They would have a right to Wendi Adelson's cell phone with a subpoena and so on, but guess who's in control of Wendi Adelson's cell phone? You know? And I know that she gave it to the cops and they downloaded it, and she wouldn't have had time to hide that by giving it to her friends at IBM or Dell Computer. But all they would see is a call, a number, a duration, and, you know, some indication of location data. Right? You with me? So, I don't know how Katie was informed, if that is what happened. It seems the most likely, but it's not the only scenario that is consistent with the things that we do know for sure. Right? Flukes do happen. And we need to remember that more, I think, because in a case like this, where these fuckheads with their shit plan, when they're caught, can do basically nothing but say it's a coincidence. It just happened to be, you know. When there's so much of that that's obviously false, we build up an immunity to being able to believe any coincidence, even a genuine one. And that's the danger. That's why we have to stand against the simps. We have to go to the community. We have to say, fuck off, follow the hype, go and suck up Courtney Clenny, you schmucks. You don't care. You just want to feel the vibe, be in the party. This is serious business. And you're in the way. Not you, Pauline. No, I'm talking about the simps. The wider community. The 80%, they're not like you and me. They weren't raised right, you know? That's the fight. That's the fight we're up against. Now, they got the numbers, but we got the brains. Here we go. Fucking hell. What's this now? Mimi. Are you trying to wind me up? Alright, I guess we're going to have to do Grish's video tomorrow. I will pre-watch. I haven't been able to get through the whole thing yet, but I do owe it to Grish. You know, Grish was good to us. Grish is a man of honor and pride. But over my fucking dead body, did Wendi Adelson have anything to do with fucking Sigfredo Garcia? Are you crazy? Not even Katie. It didn't happen. Pauline's comment. Look. Pauline says, I think Wendi called Katie the morning she was at the roadblock because when Hitman called Katie, she said she knew Dan was shot. All right, well, we just went through that one extensively. There is no way on earth that Wendi had pre-knowledge that her moron fuckhead brother enlisted his current girlfriend, who was not, you know, discreet about having connections to dangerous people that used their own names on the rental car agreement, etc., etc., etc. If people have trouble seeing why Wendi Adelson, I mean, why, all right, Georgia alluded to it. Georgia alluded to was part of the plan that Wendi would maintain plausible deniability, keep her in the dark. That's what happened here. And months ago, or was it a year ago? I don't know. It was a while ago. Someone came, I was discussing this with someone, you know, in an open forum, I believe. And someone said that Wendi Adelson is such a control freak that she would want to know every detail. And I don't know how to fucking argue with someone like that. Like, how do you think, how can you believe that? Why would you believe that? The whole fucking point is that she is kept safe. Now, from Wendy's perspective, that's a total self-interest, don't tie yourself to the ship that's getting fucking going down thing. From the other Adelson's perspective, particularly Charlie and Donna, the only other two that marginally put their heads up above the sand, Harvey's way in the back. From their perspective, it's essential to keep Wendi out of the dark, in the dark, because she's the ex-wife. Everybody knows, even knucklehead Charlie Adelson knows, that the first person the cops talk to in a murder, in a bullet in the head murder, is the spouse, the girlfriend, the ex-wife, the boyfriend, the husband, the ex-husband. That's, what is it? 70% of murders or something is by someone we know, but a large portion of that is significant other. Surely, I don't know what percentage, but it dominates the statistics. Why are people still thinking that Wendi had any knowledge of Katie? Why would she need that? Please, open to the chat. Anybody, give me one reason that makes sense. And Sigfredo, are you kidding? I haven't watched Grish's video yet. I assume, Mimi, that you've watched that. I love Grish's work. But, he spins fiction. The whole thing about Sigfredo and Lewis going to pick something up from the drain, the storm drain, at the back of the house of the man they're going to murder. Pick something up, put there by Wendi Adelson. What are you fucking talking about? Like, fantasy, next level. And I know what you're going to say. You're going to say, oh, Metrix, there was a witness. There was a witness that saw a tall Hispanic man and a short Hispanic man. Oh, wow. Well, I'm sure you can find that on any fucking corner in Tallahassee. And you know who loves to hide things in storm drains? Do you know? Let's ask a question to the chat. There's enough people here. Who loves to hide things in storm drains and come back for them at some later stage? Who? What kind of individual? I'm going to give you 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The answer is burglars. Burglars. You rob a house at night, perhaps. Maybe the alarm goes off. Maybe you think a cop is going to drive up the road. You want to be walking down the street carrying a fucking TV, a bag of loot, stereo system. No, you put it in the fucking storm drain go on foot, and come back when you can check that the coast is clear? How do we know that there were burglars? Jim Geiger, that was his first thought. When he heard the noise and saw the Prius speeding away, his thought was, I know that there's been some burglaries in the neighborhood, and maybe that's what happened here. That's why I'm going over to check. He didn't think, was that a gunshot? Burglars. Who loves to put things in storm drains? Fucking burglars. Who comes back for them later? Burglars. Have Hispanic men in Tallahassee ever burgled anywhere? Maybe. It's obviously not just Hispanic men. You've got whites and blacks and maybe Chinese. I don't know. I feel like if it was Chinese burglars, they're always going for like something like a chemical or a special computer chip, or you know what I mean? Maybe that's just in the movies. It's just like, people love to come back and bite back on me telling them theories are full of shit. They go, but did you know that there was a witness? And the witness said he saw a short Hispanic man and a tall Hispanic man. And I'm like, yeah, well, fucking... And, there's this hunger with the simps, isn't it? There's this hunger where they think that's a checkmate. And all they do is expose their own weakness. And we just keep knocking them down. Clear a path. Clear a path, you motherfuckers. Tell them we're coming. Yeah. So I just want to see if Mimi came back to us with any of my comments. Harley says, yeah, Charlie specifically said during trial that Wendi went to buy Bullet Bourbon, and it was indeed a coincidence, which tells us he is definitely trying to deflect that part of the plan. Yeah, I don't believe that this... the invitation. Should we pull up the invitation? I can pull it up right now. Touch of a button. Just the facts. Off the record. On the QT. And always hush, hush. You got that reference, a cappella? Or anybody else? I think I'm going to start saying that on the show. I like that. Come on, someone's got to get it. Where is the graphics? Yes, that should do. Nope. Images. Yes. Here. Okay, got it. Start the bar. Look at this. I do not find that believable. Not to mention, it only came to light. Now, there is a segment that's very easy to miss in Wendy's interrogation where she references a request made to her by the people, Lauren and Jamie, that are hosting, well, that are having this shower for their engagement. And I don't remember what it is offhand. I think she mentions an email. I don't believe the invitation. I believe that it's created in an attempt to get away from the notion that Wendi Adelson buying the Bullet bourbon was not the product of a depraved and malignant heart, as they would say in Georgia, right? I love some of the fucking legal wording in Georgia. It's fucking old school. A depraved and malignant heart. Do you remember the Ahmaud Arbery trial? That was actually quite good. We've got to look at that ginger beard guy sometime. Yeah, Holly also says, yeah, Grish went into a whole huge theory I couldn't keep up about Wendi prowling around the house and meeting with the hitman. You see, this is what I'm worried about, Harley, is I was thinking about, doing a blind watch, because I've been waiting to hear Grish's presentation on this theory. I've been aware somewhat of his theory for some time, and it's taken him a while to get out. I mean, we all know how that is, right? I've been fucking growing some ideas for a year. But, yeah. So he's finally put it out. And I thought about watching it on the show with all of you and critiquing as we go. But the problem is, I want to be polite. I want to be professional, and I don't want to get frustrated and start tearing into his ideas. I mean, we'll have to we'll have an Ovaltine, maybe two, and maybe we'll mix an Ovaltine with a chamomile tea and take it step by step. I just want to be respectful, but I'm worried because if it's going to be such a shit about this, Wendi prowling around the house and meeting with the hitman, I don't know how I'm going to handle that. I really don't. That's the kind of shit that fucking, what are you talking about? Seriously. Archipela says, Mimi, was WhatsApp also the alleged elusive owl lion photo? No, that was Instagram. It was Instagram. That was the whole issue. Public posts, location data. That was Instagram's whole thing at the time. And I remember it specifically being mentioned as Instagram. Justy Joy. How do you explain the pic he sent? Come on. He sent a picture of him standing next to a woman in fucking Key West. What? What? Seriously, what? What are you saying? What is there to explain? Let me go through this piece by piece. How do you explain the pic he sent to Wendi of him and Katie when they started dating? I explain it like that. How do you explain it? Hey, Wendi, good news. I've got a hitman. You see this fucking 4-foot tiny woman next to me? That's her. I would never send a picture of myself vacationing with a girlfriend to anyone in my family. That's not my deal. But I certainly know people that would, I remember that happening to a girl I was dating at the time, and her brother was away with his new girlfriend and sent his sister, who was my girlfriend, a picture pretty much exactly like that. Arm around, pose, I think they're at a restaurant balcony or something. It was exactly like that. What is there to explain? What is it that you see? What is it that others see? I mean, It's when I look at something like that, this question right here, I'm like, what is this? Oh, now we're getting comments. Pariah says, they weren't smart, but they were smart enough to keep them separated. I take it you're talking about Wendi and Katie. You know, we've heard directly from fucking Yindra Velasquez Mascaro, from herself, who was at the fucking beach on Father's Day, how all that was. You know? There's people around who've got this thing, oh, I think last minute murder plan happening Father's Day weekend of the beach meeting. Simps! Take the time, go through it again. Unbelievable. Criminals, homeless, drug addicts, hobos. I think that's the title of the new Red Hot Chili Peppers album. Criminals, homeless, drug addicts, hobos. Or maybe it's just the first 4 songs. I never really liked the Red Hot Chili Peppers. Apart from that Under the Bridge song. Just, you know, whatever. Pop. Crap pop. Kind of like Jackie Fulford making a big deal out of Sammy being able to speak Spanish when probably half of Florida speaks Spanish. Probably more in terms of population. In terms of numbers, right? That's my total guess from a completely outside perspective. Burgled. I never thought of that being a word until my first year of law school, and the professor used that word. Yeah, burgled. Or what do you say? Burglarized. I never heard that word until, I don't know, in a movie or something. Maybe that's a British American, one of those things that makes us so similar but so different. Some movie I haven't seen. Well, it was LA Confidential. Danny DeVito's character, he's like the leak journalist. Off the record, on the QT, and always hush, hush. Not sure, I just remember the green t-shirt she was wearing at the police station. That had an owl. That's another one, actually, for the Mythbusters. People's obsession with the owl. I did a little research in and around Tallahassee. But it was a line from Georgia Kappelman that made it click. I followed that trail and I found gold. Mountains of it. Wendi brought the wrong label. Which label? Oh yeah, well she bought rye whiskey instead of bourbon. Which is not easy to do. It says right on the thing, probably saving the creation of that for Wendy's trial. Probably saving the creation of that for Wendy's trial. I don't know what that means. So 30 people bring a bottle of Bullet bourbon. Well, the way that they're tackling that is presumably this little red tag. If I don't know if you can see the writing there, but it's the red tag at the top is where it says Bullet bourbon, and that's something that's tied on, right? The reason being to print, 30 of the same main page is cheaper than printing 30 pages with a different drink, right? But usually you just write it on in pen, the thing that you want to be different on each. I mean, there's a lot about it that just doesn't flow for me. It wasn't allowed in as evidence. It was never mentioned until, it was never provided until Charlie's trial, or in the run-up to it, post his arrest, I think. So, why not? Because it's fake. How easy would it be to fucking make this? Ridiculous. Host wanted rye. No, they wanted bourbon. Wendy bought the rye. Stock and bar, is that a font? Yeah, it is a font. I mean, it'll be a font that design houses have because they have so many. Probably get it for free on Google Fonts these days. They've got a bunch. Bullet Rye is a superior product. I don't know. I've tried the bourbon before. And that went down real smooth. Especially considering I hadn't drank any alcohol for the 2 years before that. I think I drank the whole fucking bottle. Real smooth, real smooth. And then I was in bed for 3 days. And the FBI was able to get access to the Instagram posts. No, this didn't actually come up until Luis Rivera's arrest, deal, proffer, and the ability to subpoena the what do you call it? The photos from Instagram or Facebook. I guess it counts as Facebook, right? But that's time. There's only a certain amount of time, I believe. And by the time that they knew about it, they couldn't go back and request that. You'd think it might be more than 2 years, huh? But I remember, remember Georgia. Hello, Taman Eagle, how you doing? B-Rabbit, VR2QU, says Grish posted that YouTube took down his most recent video. Oh, shit. Really? I fucking knew he was going to do that. I was going to grab it before he did that. Ah, are you serious? I'm going to check right now. Man, I didn't sleep last night, and now it looks like I'm probably going to end up driving straight to Spain. Why am I not tired? Okay, it's here, and I'm grabbing it. I'm grabbing this baby right now. We're going to pirate this guy's ass. Hold on, folks. Hold on, folks. This is very important. Grish. Crazy. Insane. Theory. Wensig. Grish, crazy theory, crazy insane theory, Wensig. That'll do. That'll do. So, what did B Rabbit say? Grish posted that YouTube, took down his most recent video. Not sure if it's been reinstalled. Not sure if this is the video you're referencing. No, the video I'm referencing is this thing called Wendi plus Sigfredo equals the owl. Okay. Well, you know, the title clears it all up. I mean, no explanation is needed. Who needs a 45-minute video when we've already got that formula? Archipella says the existence or non-existence of that alleged shower party should have been easy to prove or disprove, but that never happened, did it? Why? Well, I think Lauren died. I don't know where Jamie is. I mean, but yeah, you should be able to just contact them and say, hey, does this look like something? Soap! That is a very bad snoring noise. You are a very bad dog. You disobeyed me. And I ought to give you the belt. Okay. Hey, pig. Have a pillow. Like this. You see? Just like this. True Crime Metrix. Red Hot Chili Peppers earlier records for Blood, Sugar, Sex, Magic. Yeah, I mean, yeah, okay, that's... You have to allow that one album. It was at the right time. And, you know, but I think it's been ruined by everything that they've done since. I now can no longer listen to it again. Even if I put on Under the Bridge, I'll play the All Saints version. Yeah, not really. I haven't heard that in at least 25 years. Acapella says, hobos. This is what my auntie back in Bama called hobo chicken. That's 1 part chicken, 2 parts spice, 3 part actual hobo. Hobos just don't get discussed enough these days. Catching trains, eating endless quantities of beans out of cans. It always reminds me of the hobo in the... do you remember the Dennis movie with Walter Matthau? He meets a hobo, and he eats huge can of cold beans under the bridge. Hey, under the bridge. What the fuck? We were just discussing that song. Now we're discussing hobos eating beans. And where are they doing it? Under the bridge. Playing Woody Guthrie albums, wearing tattered hats. Seemingly from the 1940s. Freight train riders, man. You know, you got fucking, what's his name? What's that guy's name? Caleb McAvery or something. You know, the guy that smashed the guy in the head with an axe, but he was a hero, and then he was on Jimmy Kimmel, and then he was walking around America being given stuff by the public because he had this viral fame. What was his fucking name? Kai, the hatchet-wielding hitchhiker. That's what it was. Anybody not seen that video? Yeah, he's in jail. He's in prison forever because he killed that lawyer in New Jersey that may or may not have thought he was a rent boy. David Anderson Kirk says 80s Red Hot Chili Peppers was energetic, funky as hell, high-octane coke-fueled insanity. Now they make shit-ass pop music. Yeah, I'll give it that. But as far as coke music, as far as coke music for me, I would say that I prefer other varieties. I'm trying to think of a good one. I'm trying to think of a real good one. I'll come back to you. I'm trying to avoid saying something obvious. Stadium Arcadium is a good record too. See, I never really followed it. I remember having blood, sweat, sugar, sex, magic, potion, bada. But as soon as fucking Californication came out, I was like, get me a ticket out of here, man. Well, Wendi doesn't drink. Yeah, it's ridiculous, isn't it? Makes me wonder what a person like her would do in a 12-step situation, AA, Psycho Anonymous, Narcissism Anonymous, or what the AA might do with her, right? And I'm not talking about court-ordered fucking AA. That is a huge mistake that I believe is prevalent in the States. The court, you get busted for drink driving or some other alcohol-related offense, and I think, not too sure, but it's an option. It's frequently utilized. This is my belief. That the judge will say, you have to complete a 12-step program, or you have to be going there for 90 days or 30 days. It's like, that is a waste of fucking time. Because if you don't want to, if you're forced to do that, there's no chance that it would work. Zero. Harley says, when I made the comment about Jackie Fulford and Sammy, I was referring to the Hispanic men being by Dan's house in Grish's theory, when Florida has a plethora of Hispanic men of all shapes and sizes, right? You could describe two Hispanic men to me, collar shirt, facial hair, tattoos, whatever it is, what kind of sunglasses. Just give me two completely random descriptions of two Hispanic men, and I will go into Miami and find a consistent match within 10 minutes. You know, it's, oh, but did you know there was a witness? There was a witness that said he saw a Hispanic, a tall Hispanic man and a short Hispanic man. And the simps jump all over it, don't they? They think they've won. They'll all get bored. As soon as Courtney Clenny starts heating up, this is the thing. I guarantee, they don't really care, right? They just want to fucking, prance, I don't know what the word is. They want to feel the energy of the moment, man. It's fucked. And they take a shit on what would be a perfectly good educational climate with their yabba, 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 yabba. But who am I to talk? I'll tell you, I'm the last freedom fighter. Printed or textured paper. Printed on textured paper. Yeah, that makes it look genuine. Why would they even tell you what to bring? Just grab whatever, potluck style. I know, right? It's not even it's not a special bottle by any means. It's the same price as Jim Beam. It's the same price as Jack Daniels. Well, maybe a touch more than Jack. At least where I live. Yeah, like whether or not there's proof that any such party shower even occurred. I believe it occurred. I don't know I can't remember what indicated that. Bobby Cat. Welcome back, Bobby Cat. Some people have a genetic variant that causes cilantro to smell like soap. You hear that, soap? We're going to be rubbing some coriander on you tomorrow. Wait, is Grish the guy that does tarot? No, I don't think so. I've never seen him with some tarot. Who is this Grish person? He had a series called Wendy's Television Parts 1 through 7. It was pretty good. Then he went on to... It's just called... I'll put the link in the chat for you, Tamer Nagel. This is his channel. I remember the Wendy's television series. There's 7 parts to that, being good. And at the time, I was pretty impressed with elements of his Adelson the beach photo theory. But since he's 100% wrong on everything in it, and since I found that out, I still like what he does, but I do see it as pure fiction writing, storytelling, which is fine. It's his art form, and it's nice that people can enjoy it. But if he's gonna fucking spout a theory that Wendi Adelson had a personal relationship with Sigfredo Garcia and that they were interacting regularly on cell phones, in person, I mean, you're out of your fucking tree, man. But, that's fine, and we respect you. Did I post that? I think I posted it. Just catching up with these comments. It's so late. Always downloaded any videos you really like on YouTube. They can disappear at any time. I know, right? FFmpeg, baby. What a fucking great tool that's been. Soap is chasing rabbits. Perhaps. Grish made a 6 days ago about a video being removed by YouTube. Well, the one that's 6 days ago is the Wendi Sigfredo one, and I have downloaded it now. So if YouTube want to remove it from his channel, I'm just going to put it up on mine, pirate style. Let YouTube come to me. That's the one that was apparently removed. Sounds like YouTube reinstated. No clue why my username has the weird... Yeah, everyone's does. It's something that YouTube have decided to do, unfortunately, so that I can't, you know, the names that you're seeing here with these letters and stuff, those are unique. You can't create the same one twice. It means it's genuinely you, even if we can't read who you are. But if you can choose how your name appears in chat, I could say my name is Tom Hanks. And who's to say that I'm not the real Tom Hanks? You know? I could just start talking about my work on Castaway. I could start talking about my work in The Road to Perdition. I could start talking about my work in Catch Me If You Can. But I would never, ever discuss what I did on Forrest Gump. There's Coke music. Yeah, man. There's Coke music going all the way back to the fucking Beach Boys. It's called Feel Flows. And at the beginning, you think, this is trippy music. But then, this nice dreamy, I don't know, what do you call the bit in the middle? Interlude? It's like a solo, but it's not, it's real slow. It's dreamy, it's floaty, and it's lifty. That's the clue, that's the major clue. Stevie Ray Vaughan, let's get his hat up here. I'm sick of this fucking... So I want Stevie Ray Vaughan's hat on Donna right now, today, now. Stevie's stage drink was a gram of Coke in whiskey. I think that's what he had when he came off stage to come down. Oh, I better slow down to just 1 gram. I had 5 when I came on. I better just cut it down back to 1 now. Before he got sober. Did he get sober? I mean, he was dead pretty quick, so... If I'm not mistaken, on Patty's Playhouse with Patty Wilson, she brought up that there wasn't a party for Jamie and Lauren, but I may be mistaken. That was last week. All right. Yeah, no, that's fine. If anyone would know, she would know. I don't know. But I've never... Seems like a strange thing to lie about on video recording in a police interview, especially when it's concerning your timetable around the murder. You know, such an easily verifiable thing. Of course, General Isom didn't fucking go and find that out, did he? He had to leave it to Patty Wilson, 11 years on. You know, one drive. Probably got a Waffle House en route. It could have been 2 birds, 1 stone. You drive over, you check. You drive back, you take an hour for lunch. You eat a mountain of waffles. A bridge in the music. Coke music. I don't know if I'd call this a bridge. It's a bit of solo, I guess. It's just not a, you know, it's a very slow solo. And that's what's misleading. Smash, smash, smash. Yeah, that's the guy. What the Kyle homeless guy told the news reporter when he asked what he did with the hatchet to the man trying to attack a girl. Yeah, that's the guy. I don't think we've ever had a look at that. It might be interesting. I saw some of the work he was putting out while he was awaiting trial. You know, he was awaiting trial. How long? 5 or 6 years, man. And not like in a Sarah Boone way where he was holding it up. The state was doing that. I mean, it sounds like the guy he killed was well-known public defender, or I think he was a public defender or prosecutor, but he was a fixture of the town, you know. And it does seem, and this is Jersey, remember, that, you know, the chief of police knew the guy, and you know, remember what happened in Patterson to good old Reuben Carter. In Patterson, that's just the way things go. He put that record out 12 stepping with his brother. Okay. I don't know what that means. Is that a Stevie Ray Vaughan? Maybe. Which record? Oh, 12 stepping. I get it. Whose brother? Stevie Ray. The one I always like is Pride and Joy, man. It doesn't matter what mood you're in. It makes you feel nice. Okay, so we are at the end of the comments, the end of the line.
Once the final judgment was entered, the issue of relocation was over, right?
Yes.
Relocation from July 31st of 2013 until the time that Mr. Markell was murdered was never an issue again, was it?
It was never an issue from the day it was decided on July
Awesome.
30th.
Look, the hat works on Wendi and Donna. That is good central framing, cameramen. Good job.
1st, 2013. That's when it ended.
Certainly after the final judgment, correct?
Yes.
And that's the end of the discussion about relocation, right?
Yes.
No more plans about how to get relocation. The issue's decided, correct?
It was decided.
Ms. Adelson, if you look at that order that's entered by the court, besides saying it's denied, it says something pretty important, and I think the state pointed this out in its opening. It says that this denial is with prejudice.
Yes, ma'am.
Of the wife's petition for request to relocate with the minor children. And you're a lawyer, so you know that with prejudice means this is done. This topic in this divorce is over.
Yes, with prejudice means it's a final decision of the court.
But what it says right before that is, as such, the parties stipulate to the denial with prejudice of the wife's petition. You see that?
Yes, I do.
So what happened
I think it's a little stronger than that, isn't it? I mean, just in the literal sense of the word, with prejudice, with prejudgment, with no need to look any further into your bullshit. You know, we're not even going to hear your full thing. I mean, isn't it? I could be completely wrong. It's my interpretation as a layman.
is after the judge says if their toenails haven't been pulled out, I'm not thinking relocation, you actually stipulated to denial with prejudice, right?
Yes.
You did not tell your parents that you stipulated to denial with prejudice, did you?
I don't remember any conversation there, really.
So, not knowing that it was denied with prejudice, your mother thought you still had an opportunity to get it up through your final hearing, right?
I believe so.
And so she kept writing these ugly things and giving you all of these ugly suggestions, right?
She did write those emails.
Okay, Jackie, you know, did you forget to take a pill or what? Or is it just because we're on 1.25 speed? You know, it just, like, she does not have this instinct, right? You know how Georgia can turn it down, heat it up, be sweet, be mean, make jokes. You know, each and every single witness, Georgia tweaks her vibe, right? Sometimes in a big, noticeable change. Sometimes it's a lot more subtle. And that's art, right? What is this? This isn't art. She sounds like a fucking deranged woman that's come in to complain at Burger King to say, I don't know, what do people complain about Burger King? What do they say? I ordered a double Whopper bacon cheese. You gave me a double Whopper and a bacon cheese. I mean, isn't that better? Surely that's more burgers. Just put one on top of the other. Or take the bacon cheese, put it inside the double Whopper, and enjoy your day.
If you had told her you stipulated with prejudice, that's probably not what you wanted, Mom, but that would have been the end of it, right?
I don't know. I would just be guessing.
May I approach? Well, if you'd just be guessing, after she thought it was finally over on July the 31st, there were no more emails suggesting you do things like she suggested between the hearing date on June the 20th and the final hearing on July the 31st, did she?
Can you help me? What is the question?
Sure. So your mother doesn't know when you get out of the hearing on June the 20th that you've stipulated that this is a forever decision.
A forever decision? A forever decision? What are you talking about? I'm going to need to slow it down to single speed. There's only a few minutes left. We'll take our time with this whack job in front of us now. Look at her. Look at her there. Just fucking lost it, ranting. Hey, Justice Jane DNA 104. What does it mean? Justice Jane says, or I wanted a cheeseburger with no cheese. What is this thing that I've heard recently? I've seen it on a couple of police body cam videos. They'll take a criminal in, or a suspect, and they'll lock him up in a holding cell, it's right on the access point of the Big Bay, in whatever jail they're in, and they'll say, okay, what do you want from McDonald's? And I've heard several people say, oh, just, a quarter pounder with cheese, no bun. What? The fuck? I don't understand that. I mean, I understand not eating bread. I don't think anybody should eat bread at all. And certainly not that kind of bread. If you're going to eat bread, get some decent bread. But, you don't have to eat bread. And you shouldn't. But, it's a fucking McDonald's hamburger. Without the bread, you're going to be able to see all the disgusting shit they put in there. And how are you going to eat this? I mean, several times I've heard it. If anybody in chat, and if you're comfortable, if you have ever gone to a McDonald's, or I guess it could be any fast food burger joint, and ordered a burger, like a Big Mac. It'd be tricky with a Big Mac because there's bread right in the middle. Okay, a quarter pounder or whatever, just that. Have you ever ordered a burger, no bun? I'm just curious how you went about eating it. I mean, if it was such an issue for me, I would just have fries. I mean, that makes sense. Never heard anyone order a burger. I had a deconstructed burger once in Madrid. It was amazing. It was great. But all it meant was that there was bread and a burger patty and there's cheese, I think, and salad on the plate, and I just put it together. I mean, whatever, but yeah, it was really good.
So she writes these ugly emails, right?
She may not have understood that it was a final decision of the court.
It was a decision of the court because you stipulated to it, Ms. Adelson, didn't you?
I did stipulate to it.
And she didn't know it. She thought you had up until the final hearing, so she's marching along trying to come up with more suggestions of how you can pressure Danny and get him to agree for you to relocate, even though you know it's dead, right?
I knew that it was a final decision.
And after July the 31st, when she thought it was a final decision, she wrote no more emails suggesting you do these crazy things to still try and get relocation, did she?
I don't remember the dates of the email, but...
And you
I'm
testified
guessing
when you got up, when the state was asking you questions, after you said your mother hated Danny at the time that he was killed, which you've clarified now that she was mad at him, not that she hated him. You testified you hated him at the time he was killed, right?
I don't remember testifying to that.
Well, then we'll need to take a break, Judge. May we approach?
Questions for the witness?
I do. May
come
we
on.
approach?
Please approach.
Right, they're not going to be long. Let's go through these comments. So what's the DNA thing? I thought it would be...
Adelson, isn't it true that before getting married to Mr. Markell in, was it 2006?
2006 we got married.
Isn't it true that you've stated that you...
Gluten-free. Listen, if you've got a fucking problem with gluten, don't go to McDonald's. Right, I accept that if you're in a jail, then you're offered McDonald's. That's the best you're gonna get. That's 5-star. If you're in jail and they say, what do you want from McDonald's? It's like, okay, yeah, cool, let's do this. But just in general day-to-day practice, if you're gluten-free, don't go to McDonald's. is that not obvious?
You knew on your fancy wedding day when you were all dolled up and feeling like you were an actor in someone else's show. You knew it on your honeymoon when you were enjoying the vacation but not thrilled to be there with him. You said,
Yeah, you wouldn't. John Smith, the man with the music, says you wouldn't think a fake cancer survivor would have the tenacity of Jackie Fulford. Or Harvey. I mean, I don't know if it was by his design, but certainly by Wendy's design. Published for the world to see. I had to take my brain cancer surviving father to Machu Picchu to have his picture taken with the alpaca, because he always had a dream to one day travel to Machu Picchu and have his picture taken with the alpaca. I tried to create a superimposed version of that. It wasn't, I thought it'd be quite easy. I thought about, getting Wendy and Harvey up on the fucking, peak, mountain peak of Machu Picchu, in some kind of brightly colored mountain wear coat stuff, with a giant alpaca between them, maybe even more than one. But it wasn't so easy to get the right angles, so I saw it in my mind. Maybe AI can do it. John Smith knows all about AI.
I'm not sure I liked him, let alone loved him, but I was eager to start a life with someone and he wanted to do it with me. You recall saying that?
I don't recall.
Harley, they were asking the question to a suspect, and it was really funny because the cop was like, yeah, okay, I'm not taking a special fucking order here. You can remove the bun yourself. Yeah, I'll have a quarter pounder, but with no ketchup. Well, instead of ketchup, I want double mustard. And I want an extra slice of cheese, but both of them placed below the patty. No onion and only one pickle. Think you can handle that?
Recall saying that, no.
I have placed in front of you what's been previously marked as Defendant's Exhibit 1B for identification purposes. It's towards the bottom of page 3.
Speaking of Halloween, should probably do something Halloween, no? Actually, wasn't? No, it was November, wasn't it? Yeah. Too bad. Now there's that kid up in Toronto, I think, or was it Montreal? I don't know. Ontario, I think it was in Ontario. The kid that fucking was on mushrooms with his pals, and all of his pals were fine, having a great time. But this kid just went over to his dad's house, fucking stabbed his stepmother in the eye, and killed his father. Screaming that he was God and blah blah blah. It's like, quit ruining it for everyone, man. Fucking hell. They're gonna blame the mushrooms. You couldn't just sit on the fucking beanbag chair, could you? Yeah, but they arrested him, took him into jail, obviously, and in his interrogation, you can tell he's not come down at all. He doesn't even really get where he is or what's happened. It's fucking, I don't know if I really want to watch it, to be honest. So, is there another one? Is there another Halloween crime? Something that we could do a one-off show? Nothing major, nothing deep dish, right? See, I'm not the only one who can't sleep tonight. I haven't slept in 3 days, man. I think. Okay, the last time I slept, I woke up on... I have no idea. Monday morning. And it's now Thursday morning. That's a bit much. Insomnia sucks. Justice, good to see you. Are you in Australia? Everybody's in Australia. Koala, kangaroo, emu.
I see that I said that in 2013.
Ms. Adelson, you would agree that when Danny Markell was murdered on June the 18th of 2014, your little boys lost their father for the rest of their life.
On the day that he was murdered was July 18th, and yes, my boys lost their father.
They're growing up as 11 years have passed without his influence in their life in any way. Isn't that correct?
I wouldn't say without his influence in any way, but yes, they've grown up without their father.
He's not here.
What are the top 5 influences that have been passed down? Hit her with that question. Why isn't that a jury question? That'd be great. I don't seem to remember there being jury questions. Were there jury questions? Yeah, maybe. God, that trial was a blur, wasn't it? I think we're going to do something different for this Courtney Clenny. We've got a safeguard. We've got a safeguard around a force field to protect us from the simps. They'll be climbing the walls, man. Climbing the walls. Yeah, trying to work on my upper body strength. I'm working off a circle around me. If you could see me right now, you would see my zone of terror. North Carolina, wow. Love North Carolina. You know, somebody asked me not that long ago, hey, Metrix, if you ever moved to America, which is not likely, what state would you live in? And that was difficult. All I could think of was states that I wouldn't want to live in, to be honest. But I felt like North Carolina was something that I could get on board with, you know? It was pretty much the only one.
Here to give them advice.
He is not.
He can't come to any of their functions, sports, anything else.
Correct.
You know, I'm not basing that on much first-hand experience, of course.
They're not eating kosher like they would have with their father.
They are not.
They don't have him at all.
They don't have him in their lives day to day, no.
Because on July the 18th of 2014, he was brutally murdered in his driveway. Isn't that true?
That is true.
And you testified on direct that anybody in your family that had anything to do with it should be held responsible. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And that includes you, doesn't it?
Anyone who's responsible.
Nothing further.
Redirect examination.
When you said you were an actor in someone else's show, whose show was it?
I love it when Georgia comes up for fucking 2 minutes. That's it. Oh, hang on, no, actually, a little bit more. 8 minutes. Video's so damn long, it looked shorter on the timeline, but that's okay. We're here. You're here. And I don't see a single simp out there. Not one. How great is that? I think they're starting to disperse. You know, I've got that sense. You know, I have felt less ignorance around. I felt less ill-informed, time-wasting shitbag fucking theory bullshit. Just in general, which is fantastic.
I think I felt like I just wasn't fully present in my own life, that I had always been a real people pleaser. And so there was an aspect of not always being true to myself and wanting to make other people happy.
And one of those people is your mom, right?
Yes.
And that's part of why you kept going with relocation, even when you kind of had some doubts about it, right?
I would say it's part of the reason.
You were asked on cross-examination about the final order on relocation issued June 20th, 2013, and didn't you stipulate to making it with prejudice, I guess? Do you remember doing that?
I don't actually remember stipulating. I mean, I see it in the order, but I don't remember actively saying anything or participating in a stipulation.
In fact, when you testified about this previously, didn't you indicate you didn't know what with prejudice meant?
I think it's not something that comes up in my daily practice, and so at the time I had forgotten that it meant that it was a final order.
All right, and it was suggested or said on cross that you didn't tell your mom it was final and she was misled and she thought there was still room for it, right?
That is what was said to me on cross.
I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as 64JJ. Just take a moment to review this exhibit and let me know when you're done.
Okay. Okay.
Do you recognize that email?
I mean, I recognize the email.
Richard Ramirez. Who is that now? Let's look that up. Just gotta look that up real quick. A nice sort of opportunity for some kind of themed compilation. Let's put it like that, right? Detectives that act like dads in an interrogation. There's a bunch. Now, it depends on the suspect, of course, but it's a tactic, clearly, that, with a certain kind of individual, a suspect. Oh, this guy, Richard Ramirez, known American serial killer. I don't really give a shit about serial killers much. Yeah, or meth heads. Or sick shit, Cannibal and blah, 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 blah. Like, I think most people, that don't do what we do assume that that's what people mean when they say true crime, which is bullshit for me anyway. Crimes I like are the ones involving the people that could easily feature next to you in your own life, you know. Take any character, in this case, from Professor Markel to Wendi to Louis and Sigfredo, Katie, everybody. Can't think of a single one that would seem majorly out of place if, you know, I knew them personally, somehow, in whatever context. I didn't really know that, but on retrospect, it does seem to be a condition of mine in what I find interesting. And I kind of like that, you know? I kind of like that. I feel like that's a clue that it's being used to better understand my surroundings, myself, and other people.
Address, is that what you mean?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
The email from.
The email is from my mom and dad's email address to a friend of theirs.
Who's the friend?
Who's the friend? Which swinger friend was this? Imagine if she just looked up and said, "Beef cheeks." He's come to be known since appearing at this trial as Mr. Worldwide. Can we play a bit of him before we go? Oh no, I really shouldn't. What are we at? 6 hours? We're at exactly 6 hours. We've got to shut the lights. Shut the lights.
The Kligermans, I think it's Vicky, the woman in the relationship.
The Kegelmans, isn't that the muscle that you're supposed to? Isn't that the muscle that you're supposed to? What is the word? Flex. You know, in bed. I'll bet it's the Kegelmans. Fucking swingers. I think with that variety of swinger, basically everything in their lives comes down to, you know, their favorite pastime in one way or another, even their last name.
Okay, and it's signed Love Donna, right?
Yes, sorry. So it's from my mom.
And in this email, does she indicate to the Klingermans that there is no chance at the appellate level for appeal of your relocation?
Yes, that's what the email says.
All right, and is that email dated 6/25 of 13?
Yes.
So 5 days after the order was issued, your mom did know that that order was final, based on this?
Based on that email, yes.
Okay, it was, you were asked questions about, you know, your mom never suggested any harm to Dan Markel to you, but she did want to bribe him, yes?
Yes.
Take control from him, weren't those her words?
Yes.
Aggravate him,
Yes.
scare him.
I don't remember scare him, but I believe that was part of it.
Give him some grief.
Yes.
Take something from him.
Yes.
Show that fucker what would make him absolutely miserable.
Yes.
But definitely not kill him, right?
I don't know what the question is.
Donna was caring and devoted to your boys. You were asked about that. That's true, right?
Yes.
In fact, she maybe cared a little too much about your life and you and what was going on with you sometimes, right?
I don't know that you can care too much.
Even the Nazi uniform craziness came from her version of some kind of place of love. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Because although her lawyers tried to downplay this, she was suggesting a baptism for these kids, right?
Yes.
She said she looked into it and could get it done in 2 weeks, right?
I believe that's what it said.
And didn't she justify the means.
Now, I heard somebody comment on that statement that Donna made, that she'd looked into a baptism and could get it done in 2 weeks. And their comment was, that's impossible. It's not possible to get a baptism in 2 weeks. And my answer to that is, what do you mean? Like, can anyone back that up with some more detail? I mean, why wouldn't it be? And how the fuck would one person know? Where is that person? Maybe their church doesn't have, as many fonts or something, or priests, or whatever you call them, clergymen. I just found it a really weird comment. Why would you argue against that? I mean, maybe Harvey had some dirt on the priest and threatened him with exposure if he couldn't get a baptism done in 2 weeks. It's just, I don't think anyone's going to have an answer, because I just don't think there is one. How could you know what the terms of Donna's arrangement were, who she spoke to, where it was, blah, 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 blah. So many variables, but people love to come in with the steam, don't they? They love the steam. Must have been another one of those simps.
Or claim that this would be harmless to your children because it was just like playing dress up to them, right?
Yes.
Just like Jake the Pirates.
Yes.
She thought the ends, relocation, would justify the means, didn't she?
Yes.
And she thought a move to South Florida was what was best.
So she was Machiavellian, right? God, Donna, I'd love this book I've got here. Has anyone read Robert Greene's 48 Laws of Power? It's very good.
Best for you.
Yes.
And what was best for your children.
Yes.
Who she cared about more than anyone in the world.
I mean, I don't know who she cared about.
In fact, when we're done with tonight's show, which is going to be over in about 2 minutes, I don't think I'm going to go to sleep. What I'm going to do is consult the book and try and find some of those Machiavellian tactics and principles to apply to our chief nemesis, the 80%. The simps, right? We've got to water them down and wear them out, and then drive them out.
Most in the world, but she loves me.
Is there anyone that she cares about more than those two boys?
My dad.
Okay. She thought relocation was best for those boys. They were
Yes.
going to have better opportunities.
Oh, hang on. Donna Bowen's got something for us. No, you can't go. No, you can't. Got to go through OCIA program to become a Catholic. I did in 2020. It's like classes. Well, presumably you are not 2 and 4 years old. You see? That's a variable, isn't it? Your requirement to go through classes was to, presumably, I'm just assuming, to re-educate. You know, if you've not been raised a Catholic or lived a Catholic, then I would assume that those courses are to provide you with a basis of the principles that are expected and the education necessary. One, to show your commitment, and 2, to make sure that you understand what you're getting into. But for a 2-year-old and a 4-year-old, it would be different. I'd love to hear a response from you on this, Donna Bowen. 8399.
Opportunities, right?
Yes.
Better family support,
Yes.
a happier mother
Yes.
with a more lucrative profession,
Yes.
and your lives all depended on it. Isn't that what?
I just realized for the first time when we just cut to a shot of George's mother there, right? We got the white witch of truth and the dark witch of shit face to face in this head-to-head here. And both of them have their mothers in the room. It's kind of cool. That is kind of cool.
What she said?
Yes.
And Dan Markel could have agreed, couldn't he?
He was amenable, but then he didn't want to, ultimately.
Well, he could have moved to South Florida, right? Isn't that what you were asked on Cross?
Yes, he could have.
Could have moved to South.
Okay, fiending. Wendy's new husband can afford many good lawyers to keep her out of trouble. I can tell you this without a shadow of a doubt. Wendi is not short of cash. If you think she needs any man, marriage, or otherwise for money, you need to go over it all again and understand that is not anything that is necessary. Here we go. They baptized only on Easter. I believe your parents would have to convert. They baptized only on Easter. That seems why wouldn't they do it at another time? I mean, the resurrection is Easter. When was John the Baptist? Surely not at Easter. I don't know. We'll have to go back to the Bible.
Florida and enjoyed all that delicious kosher food down there, right?
Yes.
And if he had relented, you.
And also, you are talking about 2020, which is 6 years, certainly enough time for considerable reform within the OCIA. What does that stand for? The Official Catholic Institute of America. Is that correct? Official, no. What would it be? The Organization of Catholics. Then we wouldn't have institution. No. What is it? Tell us. Oh, I'll look it up. Look, I'll do it right now. Click of a button. 4 buttons. Order of Christian Initiation of Adults. Adults. I mean, it sounds like that entire organization is concerned with adults. Sorry. I'll tell you what. We've already been on 6 hours, but we got to find this out. How to baptize minor Jewish children into the Catholic Church in the USA. Trying to baptize my kids, the rules seem kind of strict. Planning a baptism. Can Jewish or Muslim or non-baptized person be a godparent? Oh, I forgot. We don't care about godparents right now. Infant. I guess a 2-year-old isn't an infant. Nothing's leaping out at me. I'm gonna find out though. Where's my notes? How to bap Jew in Cath USA. How to bap Jew in Cath USA. Crazy nuts, crazy nuts.
And he could have had separate lives in Miami and happily co-parented the boys, right?
In
That
theory,
could have happened.
Yes, it could have.
Except he wouldn't relent, would he?
I mean, he said no, and so we had a hearing, and the judge said no.
Right. He wouldn't relent. He wouldn't give your mom what she wanted, would he?
I mean, we only had one conversation about it, so it wasn't like a ongoing thing.
It wasn't an ongoing thing? What wasn't?
I mean, between Danny and I, we talked about relocation. He said he would think about it, and then he said he didn't want to. And then we had the hearing, and then that was the end of it for me.
Yes, but you were asked on cross, wouldn't things have been potentially great for Danny?
Yeah, thank you, B. Rabbit and Donna Bowen. They baptized only at Easter, I believe. Your parents would have to convert. I suppose that would make sense for minor children. I mean, how are they going to get to church? And B. Rabbit says, I'd be surprised if the local diocese, I'm not sure how to pronounce that. Diocese. Priest couldn't squeeze in a baptism or two at short notice. Oh. Something funny about that. How long have we got? 5 minutes? Give me the kids. We'll do it quick. I bless you, child, the Holy Spirit, the Father and Ghost, and the cross. Done. Eat this wafer, but on your way out. Confirmation classes for Catholic faith. That's around 13 years old for Church of England and Church of Scotland, at least. Talk Jury to Me is here. Welcome back. I still haven't been to sleep. My nephew was baptized in August. Show off. Well, my nephew is going to be baptized in December, on the 25th. I have no nephew. B. Rabbit says, Donna, not in my well, it's getting heated. B. Rabbit and Donna Bowen are going to start throwing pies at each other. I'm just jumping into this. Don't know the backstory here, but I'd surmise that they're going to have a parent who also will be converting. Can't just throw them in by themselves. It's strict. Yeah, well, yeah, someone brought that up, and I concurred that it made sense. But I'm going to go to the tables and speak with the priest. That's what you should do, Soap. And he will take your confession, Soap. And you can tell him all about what you did. I was not taking into consideration that Wendi isn't Catholic. You're right. It would take time for the whole process. Apologies. Evening all, Donna Mighty Bowen. Well, like any other denomination, you can fast track your holiness if you have the means. Yeah. That's what St. Peter loves to hear. True crime. No pie throwing here. Well, definitely not a fucking Australian cattle pie. You could kill someone. Is that what they're called? What are they called? Fill us in, rabbit. Australian cattle pie. Do I have that wrong? You know what I mean. It's big and it's mean. Jury says, meaning he was baptized in August. Wasn't over Easter. Ah, I see. I see. Donna Adelson. Yeah, but Colorado, they're probably worried about losing ground to the Mormons. We'll baptize anyone, anytime. 3:00 in the morning on a Sunday, bring him in, bring the child. Crack a big check. And Jesus says, we're good, we're good. I love it, I love it. You should have seen what I had to go through just to become a godmother. Yeah? Was it worth it? I hope so.
Down there too.
Yes, I think they would have.
Couldn't we all have lived happily ever after if he would have agreed to move down there too? Possibly, right?
Possibly.
But he wouldn't agree.
He didn't agree, no.
Nothing further.
Oh, Georgia, you're supposed to say no further questions with some sass and attitude, you know? I feel like fucking going and getting the 2023 clothes, laying over that last segment of the 2025 clothes, and re-upload it. And be like, Wendi on stand, brackets, best ending. Those guys are funny, aren't they? No sidebars, best audio. All right, you know. All right, stop, fucking attention seeker. What are we doing now? What are we doing now? I think we should all go out for breakfast. Who's hungry? I am fucking starving. What have we got? What have we got? What have we got here? Nothing. Ah, yeah, some of those rice cakes. They're stale, but that just makes them soft. I'm fine with that. It's rice cakes, you know what I'm saying? John Smith. I don't hear that very often. Good to see you. Interesting, I thought she was a world traveler. Not compared to finger food. You know. Did you see that watch he had on his wrist? That you can set to 6 independent time zones? I wonder what his favorite time zones are. Obviously Eastern Standard. European Central, probably. Probably a big fan of the Vatican. first name terms with the Pope. He calls him Uncle Pope. Hey, Uncle Pope. You mind if I take the mobile? I got the Memphis Blues again, and I need a Pope mobile. Interesting. Dynamite, isn't that called paying your penance? Yeah, that's what you should do, Soap. I'm thinking 8 Hail Marys and 12 Our Fathers. And you will be absolved of your sin. Absolved of sin. Okay, what time are we? 6 hours 24. Well, what happened to my end of October resolution to cut down on the hours? Jury says, not all the time, but there are sometimes where some amazing things happen on sidebar. So I like to see the entire trial, not breaks. I will determine that. Don't try and make decisions for a Gemini. I agree. Sidebars can be good. Even just if it's totally silent and you can just see the attorneys standing. I mean, there's attitude in posture, right? Sometimes there's a whole conflict going on that you can't hear, you can only see. And what you can see, what does Marvin Gaye say? Marvin Gaye say? He says, believe none of what you hear and only half of what you see. Which is probably good advice. So what does that mean? That the whole grapevine thing was bullshit? Like it was all in his mind? It was paranoia? I bet you're wondering how I knew, what is it? Dum bum 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 bum, dum bum 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 bum. Nice intro. Anyway, we're gonna go and review how to get rid of the simps, how to build the wall. Maybe we shouldn't use that terminology in the geopolitical sphere. How to build the force field. We're going to be working on our zone of terror. Our zone of terror. That's also not a good phrase, is it? Damn. Can we edit this out? What can we call it? They're all going to go. They're all going to go eventually. As soon as that fucking OnlyFans murderer gets up there. I hope she's able to do something with her hair. I mean, I didn't think she was attractive when she was this... what? I still don't get what OnlyFans is. I thought it was like porn that you pay for, but apparently that's not the case. I really don't know. Anyway, we're walking. Stopping talking. Thank you for coming. Thank you for being here. Thank you for chatting. Thank you for moderating. Thank you for participating. And we'll be back. We'll be back tomorrow. Was there something special we had planned? We've done Wendi now. Do I really want to do another fucking witness from this trial? Is there a major one? I wanted to maybe hear what Isom said, but I don't really care. Maybe we'll be moving on. Maybe we'll be doing one of our dad detectives. Does anyone know what I mean? Like if a suspect is in an interrogation room and they're, adolescent. Doesn't even have to be adolescent, but malleable. malleable, in need of a father figure. I guess it doesn't matter what age. I mean, no, there's a limit. But in the scenarios that I've got lined up so far, I think they're both either late teens or 20, 21 maybe. That's it, that's perfect. That's perfect because they bring in a detective that's solid, that's not really, it's just a theme that I've been noticing. Dad detectives. It's definitely intentional. And it's effective. Even with those crazy fuckers. Anyway, I think that's what we're doing tomorrow. Part 1, Dad Detectives. Let's go. It's going to be great. All right, we're out of here. See you later, guys. Have a safe drive home. And have a happy Thursday.